Yeah, it's crazy outside. Hopefully y'all inside, nice and cool. Welcome to the show. Let's all have a nice, uneventful program today. Let's not have any social media videos of me looking around like an idiot, more so than I already do, or my inability to spell names. David, what's happening, baby? Ramsey, see you in here. Manny, that tweet was funny, bro. That was a great tweet. Oh, by the way, I don't know that I got a text. I don't know if John Bull's in here. Yeah, got to shout out John Bull. John Bull. Yeah. Well, they can't hear you yet. No, you're not. You're not up on the screen yet. Oh man. Okay, now they can hear you. Welcome.
What's going on, everybody?
Welcome, everybody.
Happy Friday.
Yes, indeed.
Fridays. You know, I got to get me some new V-necks, and I need some new tank tops. Have you noticed? Well, I don't know. Some women are astonished that like men rarely buy underwear and like tank tops. Like they'll have the same underwear for, I don't know, however many years, right?
Ain't me. Why do I look so? What the? I knew something looked
pretty fine. You know, I mean, I don't be having holes in my stuff. I've gotten away from that.
I need to adjust some camera settings here. I look like Super Size Me.
In them ways, man. Come on now.
Stop it.
Come on.
Whoa! Look at Hey now. Hey now.
What is that?
Hey now.
How did that happen?
Hold on, man. There we go. That's a little better. Wait a second. It's still there.
What are you doing?
I have
What is this option?
I downloaded a camera settings app from my Logitech camera. And
I got a Logitech too. I need to
they got an app for it. You have to download it though on your computer. It's just not available. So you can adjust things like that. And Sarah asked me to do TV yesterday, and I had to adjust some things.
Sometimes you really just vibing out. I'm the strange voice out west. Legendary self-made progress last time that I checked.
Hey, man. Welcome into Friday edition of D'Lo and KC. We are thrilled that you are here with us. Little earthquake yesterday and
Nothing.
Hell level temperatures today.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
It's not even going to be the worst day of the weekend.
We now live in the mouth of hell. Not only are temperatures subject to that of the depths of hell, now the ground moves in Sacramento. So we've got y'all thought it was basketball hell. No. This is like Mother Nature's hell. This is she has a vendetta against the city of Sacramento, and apparently her and the basketball gods are going at it. Mother Nature and the basketball gods are going one-on-one right now.
Well, I will say this. I'm not saying I want it to be 108, 111, nothing like that. But you know how I feel. This is the summers I grew up with. This is summertime in Sacramento. It's supposed to be, as Marlon Wayans would say, make it hot.
Yeah. And that's fine that's what Marlon Wayans would say, but I would say that when Will Smith said, "Here it is, a groove slightly transformed," this isn't what he had in mind. Yeah, this isn't what he was talking about. He was talking about a nice 85. Like if you recall in the home base cover, he had a jacket on, like he had jean shorts on, but he had like a colorful jacket. Like he's not wearing a jacket in 108. This is not what Will Smith meant when he said summertime.
Did you see a lot of these guys coming in for the NBA Finals? I don't think I've seen anybody with a T-shirt on yet.
Yeah, man,
like they've all got hoodies.
You don't go in with a T-shirt though in NBA Finals, and I'll tell you who did have a T-shirt on. I think PJ Tucker did.
Did he have a T-shirt on with them
mags? Woo. He had the Back to the Futures on. Like And
let me ask you a question. Go ahead, finish your thought.
When you wear Back to the Futures, you have to perform a certain way.
He did not.
He has lost his mags privileges
because of that. That brought up a good thought for a sneakerhead like yourself. If you had the mags, would you wear them?
Only if I was if I needed a strong flex, like maybe if I was feeling a little insecure about myself and where I was going, I'd put them on. Other than that, no.
I mean,
if I have the mags, I'm likely in a position where I don't have to resell them, right? Is it unless I stumbled upon them in like some random lottery or I won like a raffle, then maybe the conversation is different.
Well, I'm coming from a perspective of I'd be paranoid. I'd be paranoid of people stepping on it. I'd be paranoid of getting jumped.
Sure.
Like those are what, $10,000 shoes?
I was just about to ask you. I think they're in the 5 digits for sure. I just wasn't sure if it was 10, 20. It's up there.
Yeah, I need that Mayweather security with me that night when I went to eat or I went to the function.
Mayweather probably got a closet full of them.
That dude's so rich.
He rich. He's actually rich. He gets the rare say it 3 times status, and that only happens for Candyman.
Yeah.
Did you see Candyman's coming back?
I saw so much last night. Okay, so much last night. First of all, Candyman's coming back. Yep. I didn't see the first one. I mean, it looks good or whatever.
Wow.
So I'm not really tripping.
Who needs the man when you got Kenny Caraway?
Second of all, I've seen. I saw. What's his name? Jason
Michael Myers. No, I saw that too. Yeah.
That's crazy. But the one that blew me away, and it probably blew you away if you saw it as well.
Mm-hmm.
The Wonder Years is coming back.
Look,
as a little bit different family.
It's a little bit different this time. I was like, hey, I know that, and the music don't work. I get why. I get why you use the music.
Yeah,
because this is the Wonder Years song, like, and I know it's a song, like it's a real song.
What would you do?
Literally, nobody asked for that, but thank you. I'm glad that you did that. But yeah, it's a different version of the Wonder Years.
So I'm probably late to the party. It's probably been out before that it was going to be a black family.
Right.
But I saw the commercial, and you know how they did the commercial. They're going from the foot up as he's riding on the bike.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, here they are bringing back the Wonder Years. I was like, it was a cool show. I'm not sure I asked for the Wonder Years to come back. This is all my thought process is they're going up this kid's leg.
Yeah, and then
all of a sudden, this black little boy, I said, oh, this is the Wonder Years they're bringing back.
Can you imagine? Kenny's watching this. Dude, why are we bringing this back? This is trash. Why are we I'm going to set the DVR right now.
Were you spying on me?
I just know how you think.
Because that was verbatim what happened when I saw a commercial.
Hey, Xfinity, record the Black Wonder Years. I don't think it's called the Black Wonder Years, but just record the Black Wonder Years.
Yeah, that's a twist I didn't see coming. And yes, I will be watching the Wonder Years.
Boy.
Absolutely. Man. They got me.
Pop culture ain't been that mad since they redid Annie a few years ago. Hey. We can't have anything. Taking Fred Savage from us. Jason Hervey.
Oh man, I like the Wonder Years. Like I like the original Wonder Years. I don't think I'd be watching it again, like a remake, if they did it the same way. But the original show.
My man
was cool.
Who was in he's in a lot, but he was in Ballers. He was the coach or not the coach. He was the GM in Ballers. I think his name is. He has a weird name, like Dole or Duell or something like that.
Yeah.
He's in the show, and I think that's where I first heard about it.
His show is Psych. That's the one that I think he got.
That's right. Yeah. I only know that from the old.
Because it came on during Raw commercials.
I'm just imagining some of y'all must be furious with me. I thought this, but I wasn't sure. So, did the Beatles wrote that record. They didn't perform it. That's not the Beatles performing, but I think they wrote that record.
They already mad at me because I said Nirvana and Metallica.
We're a show for everybody.
And I don't think he lied. I got more snaps than the Beatles. I don't think he lied. I don't care what y'all saying.
That's double facts. I'm just pointing it out. Like, what do I know about that record? Oh, I think the Beatles wrote it. All right. Welcome into the show. Already very much in progress. Probably be a good time to let you know we've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in exactly 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We've got your first of 4 opportunities to win $1,000. We're thrilled that you're hanging out with us. Hopefully you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. And speaking of, shout out to John Bull, who's worked overtime to make sure that D-Lo and KC get to 800 subscribers. Obviously, we're on our way to 1,000. 1,000 is a big marker for D-Lo and KC. It's a big marker for ESPN 1320 and the Odyssey family. However, did you happen to see who subscriber number 800 was?
No.
Subscriber number 800.
Amari Bates' mom?
Is Jack Cooley.
Oh, Jack Cooley.
Jack Cooley is subscriber number 800.
Shout out Jack Cooley. You know, we make jokes about the Kings fans falling in love with like these random 10-day guys, and they do that with Jack Cooley. There was elements of Jack Cooley's game that I really did like,
but I think you're looking at the wrong thing with Jack Cooley. Jack Cooley's interaction with the fans is what makes people love him. Like Jack Cooley still interacts with Sacramento Kings fans. That's why they love him. Like, how can you not love that? Like, how long was he here? Like a minute 45?
Yeah, he was in Stockton more times than he was in Sacramento.
And like he's just a down-to-earth dude who likes to hang out, talk ball, have fun. From what I hear, he plays video games, does all that stuff.
Shout out Jack Cooley, man. Notre Dame legend. Did I say that right? Did he go to Notre Dame? I think he did. That's right.
He's a legend no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wherever he went to school.
It's time to get these people paid, though.
Okay, well, I was trying to stall out for 3 more seconds because now it's time to get these people paid.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Money, 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 money. Dollar, 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 dollar. Imagine being the guy who wrote WWE themes, and that's what you came up with. Dollar, 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 dollar. It's still better than I'm an ass man.
I love it. This works. This is hip.
If you go back and you just listen to the words of some old WWE theme music, man, it's pretty wild. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word BEAM. Beam. Is that right?
Did that yesterday?
Didn't we do that yesterday? That can't be right. False. The word is not beam. The word is bump.
Okay.
Bump, bump, bump.
Oh.
That old B2K joint.
That's a smash.
Text the code word bump. It was a smash. Bump, bump, bump by B2K to 72881. I'm a little disoriented. Is the earth moving? Is that what's happening?
I hope. Okay. I'm not joking about earthquakes or the San Jose earthquakes any longer.
I'm clearly having my own aftershock here at this moment during this contest. Text the code word bump to 72881. That's bump to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 1 hour from right now. Jack Cooley, by the way, yes, Notre Dame legend.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I think he had a really nice career at Notre Dame.
Baggy shorts and all.
With did I tell you about one of my terrible takes one time?
Oh,
I think I mentioned this one on the air, but I was in a conversation with a buddy of mine, and this was Kemba Walker's year, his junior year or whatever, and I said that. It's not Tyler. Tyler was North Carolina, right? Ben Hansborough.
Okay.
I said Ben Hansborough should be Big East Player of the Year over Kemba. And I was adamant about that. I was like, yo, I like Ben Hansborough's game.
What are you doing? I mean,
if you look back at that season, though, maybe I'll pull it up. And Ben Hansbrough was balling that year at Notre Dame. Like, he was hooping, but nah. I always said, though, I was like, he's not better than Kim. He's not going to be a better pro. But that year, he was having a great year in the Big East.
Yeah, I mean, even just isolated in college, I know we all remember Kemba's tournament run, but Kemba at UConn was an animal.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. This wasn't a knock on Kemba. This was more of, I thought Ben was playing really well. I say all that to say, I think that's who Jack Cooley played with, Ben Hansbrough.
Okay, cool.
One of my bad takes.
We're going to have some fun today, man, particularly because we came across some humorous stories that we want to share with you. One, trade destinations for Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yes. I can't wait to tell you the trade destinations for Kyle Kuzma. And I know you already know where this is going. And no, Kenny Caraway did not write this article. As a matter of fact, when I read you what they wrote, you'll know Kenny Caraway didn't write this article. And we'll dive into game 2 of the NBA Finals. The Phoenix Suns take a 2-0 lead. Is Kenny Caraway finally willing to give Phoenix credit?
We'll
discuss.
Still got some things I want to discuss about them.
Sit down, put your feet up. We're with you for the next 4 hours here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Gotcha.
I was trying to get the graphic up. Sorry.
What's going on, everybody? It's your man, Kenny Caraway. And I know everybody is out here talking about refinancing their homes, taking out equity, or getting mortgages with interest rates currently below 3% APR. Now, before contacting a bank, you got to visit GoCityCenter.com, or you can call 1-866-GO-CITY-6 today to speak to a local expert. The owner and my personal independent broker, Sam, at City Center, is a local trusted expert working for me right now to get me the best interest rates by comparing offers from many different banks, not just one. Your first step to refinancing or buying a home is at GoCityCenter.com, or like I said, you can call 1-866-GO-CITY-6 today. City Center Financials experts have successfully helped individuals and families refinance and buy homes for over 20 years. That's a long time. So go ahead and pick up the phone, call my guy Sam and his team of experts if you like at 1-866-GO-CITY-6, or at GoCityCenter.com, you could do a live chat. Rates could rise soon, so now is the time to call 1-866-GO-CITY-6 or visit GoCityCenter.com. City Center Financial, your local trusted mortgage experts. Cal BRE number 018-37543, NMLS number 353383.
Nice. For real.
That is facts.
For real. Sorry about that word, Jesse. I just had it on the I had it on yesterday's sheet in front of me. You like the
still a bad take. I was about to try and defend myself, but no, it was bad. Ben Hansbrough in his senior year at Notre Dame, he averaged 18.4 points a game, 4.3 assists. Kemba Walker was going for 23, 4, and 5. So the Plumleys. Wow. The Plumleys. Although one of them never really made it, but
as opposed to the other one where both of them never really made it. You ever mess with the Russ's "Honor Thy Gift" line? Honor the gift. I don't know why I always say thy gift. It's honor the gift.
No,
it's a little different, but I really like. I like it. I don't. I think I only have a couple of pieces from it, but I like it.
Russ, Westbrook.
Russell Westbrook. Yeah, his clothing line.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know.
Yeah, he's got a clothing line called "Honor the Gift."
Huh.
It's dope. It's a little different, but it's dope.
I like different. Let me see. Russ talking about. This is it. I like this stuff all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Did you just notice the price tags on them? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Russ. Very rarely will you find that something from Jordan might be cheaper than this.
Right.
Yeah. I do like some of these shirts, though. I can get a t-shirt.
Yeah, there's I just spotted. That's a new line that just came out today.
The honor the gift?
No, the gear that you're looking at right now just came out today.
Got you. I like this inner city shirt.
Oh, you might not even have to do that, Michael, with Drummond. I don't know what his value is out there.
That's crazy.
You might not have to do that. Yes, indeed. Thrilled that you're here with us. Speaking of the Odyssey app, make sure you download it not only to listen to D'Lo and Casey, but discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. You can hear stations curated that fit that Dr. Dre beat that you just heard us come back to, or you can check out Tailgate Crashers, where you can crack a cold one and get game day ready with some tunes from your favorite country artists, because we know how much you love country music. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. You want to spend a couple of minutes showing the Phoenix Suns some love?
Yeah, they're up 2-0. They're playing
like real love. No. I feel no.
They're playing some great basketball. What you want me to say?
This feels like passive aggressive love.
Did you see that superstar last night?
Shut up, man. Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
No, man, the Suns are there. I'm not going to go back on what I said last night. I thought it was a must-win game. So I'm not just going to say, oh, the Suns did what they were supposed to win at home. They did. But, I mean, they were shooting the ball all over the place. Mikal Bridges, 27 on the night. That boy was cooking. Cam
That's
Johnson.
That's the superstar you were referring to, right? Mikal Bridges?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pick DeAndre Ayton's worst game in like 4 weeks and point it out.
They don't even give him the ball. They couldn't. The ball.
They couldn't. They couldn't.
And Giannis just goes to work on him all the time.
He couldn't get involved last night. Yeah, he didn't. His strengths weren't there. Like he got into no rhythm. He looked. Ayton looked sloppy last night. But,
he's still a good ball player. That's to happen, and that's
it worked out okay.
Yeah, they are right now. They are locked in as a unit. You know what I mean? Chris Paul wasn't even great last night. I thought just watching the game, I thought he was killing Drew Holiday. But if you look at the numbers, he didn't play great.
No.
Devin Booker, it's just they got a lot of weapons right now, man.
The defensive end was Drew Holiday's most important part of the game yesterday.
He had some big time blocks. The one on Booker in the open court going for the dunk, that was crazy.
Unfortunately, I think there's two stories coming out of this game. One, you and I were joking on the phone earlier. Some of y'all wanted to see, let's see someone do what LeBron does. Drag these bums through a finals game. See him go out there and win something by himself. Well, goodness gracious, Giannis Antetokounmpo did everything he could to win the game by himself yesterday, and he just couldn't. And this Milwaukee Bucks team, and I'm frustrated because it does have me thinking about something that you said a little bit yesterday. But this series right now, and I understand it's really weird to say this sentence. This has a feel of like Cleveland versus Golden State. Now, like, hear me out for a second before you kill me for that.
I'm not killing you.
Cleveland needed everybody to hit. Like LeBron had to be LeBron every game, but they needed everybody else to hit. Whether it was Kevin Love or whatever else it was, you needed other guys to hit. And when they didn't, they would lose. If they did, you had a chance to win the game. It didn't mean you definitively won the game. Would win the game. It means you had a chance to win the game. And I think last night showed us. You go back to game one, Drew Holiday was a disaster.
Yeah.
Offensively, like he wasn't there. Chris Middleton was a star. Giannis was, I mean, him being out there was the story of the game, and he was okay. Like, he wasn't great, wasn't bad. He was out there. It was admirable. Like, he was out there.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis was the MVP last night.
Giannis was amazing last night.
Chris Middleton was nowhere to be found. And they lose by 10. Now, so I think they lost by 13 in the first game, and I thought that was the flow of the game made me feel like that was an absolute blowout. Like, Phoenix beat up Milwaukee. Last night, was it 10 point, 118, 108? I thought it was a fight. I thought that was a straight up fight. And you talked about Chris Paul, not necessarily going off. Devin Booker, he had himself a good night. But what both of those,
like the last 3 minutes or something like that, right?
What both of, yeah, I think they were comfortably.
Yeah,
I think they had opened up a little bit. But what he did though, leading into that, and it's the same thing Chris Paul did, which, and this is the other story of the game, is they hit timely shots. They may have, you talked about Chris Paul not particularly shooting, he shot 50%, but maybe not particularly well. He was 35. All of those three-pointers he hit were impactful.
Yeah.
Devin Booker was hitting impactful shots.
Yeah.
And I think the big 43s, 20, they shot 50% from three last night, and they shot 40 of them. So it was 20-9 in terms of made threes. It was 50% to 29%. On the 3-point shot alone in a 10-point game. I mean, you could do the math for yourself. It's because I'm not going to do it for you.
Yeah. Well, also,
you guys know better than that.
In a 10-point game, Chris Middleton, you should be able to count on him to give you 22.
Yeah.
Right. He had 11 last night. 11. And these are the frustrating things that I've talked about for years with Chris Middleton. He has moments like, in the Bucks Nets series when, he's going off for 36 or he's cooking, and then he just completely disappears. And I was watching the game last night, and when Giannis was going off and doing everything he could in that third quarter to keep him in the game, and even at the start of the fourth quarter, I was like, this guy can't even he can't come out the game. And that's crazy. He can't come out the game. And as soon as he went out the game, I think the lead went for something like 5-12 in like 3 possessions. With just him being out the game, he got like a foot cramp or something like that and came out. And it was like, he can't even rest for a minute. And that's not how this is supposed to be with guys like Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday. You should be able to lighten the load on Giannis just a little bit, but they can't do it. They have no shot. And I had a little mini epiphany last night.
Oh boy, a mini epiphany.
I think
this is new.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the Kings, by the way.
Okay. Mac Jones?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. Giannis can't win in Milwaukee.
Oh, we're doing this again. That's an epiphany.
I know.
That's an epiphany. What are you doing?
You know how I am. You know how
Stephen
I am.
A. Caraway, what is going on?
Stick it out. Win it. And maybe Milwaukee, the city, the franchise, isn't necessarily where this is being directed at. But this team, he can't win with this team.
Yeah, you sound like all the First Take guys.
He can't win with this team.
You're now officially Kenny A. Kellerman. You get all the names. You get Kenny, you get Stephen A., and you get Max. You get all of them.
He can't win.
Well, why are we doing this? They're in the finals. Can't win what? Can't win the finals?
He can't win a championship with this team. And I'll tell you why I feel that way. No disrespect to the Suns because they're playing great. Here
comes disrespect to the Suns for those that are new to the show.
This is about as easy as it's going to get.
Come on. What are you doing?
For Milwaukee? And not to say that this is easy. Not to say that this is easy. But this is as easy as it's going to get. This team, this Phoenix team, as good as they are, they're not beating a healthy Lakers team next year, I don't believe.
On cap.
What the Warriors got going on.
Oh, wait a minute. Now you're back on the Warriors?
I'm not back on the Warriors, but if they're healthy, they add Clay, maybe they get another piece, they can easily be better than Phoenix. The Clippers can easily be better than Phoenix. Denver can easily be better than Phoenix. So I'm making that point to say,
yeah, Phoenix is here.
That's this year. That's fine. But I'm talking about next year. Is it as good as Phoenix is? Chris Paul's doing great things. Devin Booker's great. Is it out of the realm of possibility to believe that Phoenix is a 4 seed next year?
Of course not. No, absolutely not.
That's all I'm saying. Like
it's absolutely not.
This is as easy as it could get to beat somebody in the West. And I'm not saying it's easy, but it's only going to get harder. We go to the East.
Yeah.
The Bucks against the healthy Brooklyn squad. We all agree that's probably a 5-game series this year if everybody's there. We don't know what Philly's going to do. We don't know what Atlanta's going to do. My whole point is it's only going to get harder. And they're already struggling with this. How is he going to win with this squad? And they're all locked up. Ain't nobody going nowhere.
So I don't necessarily agree with you.
Okay.
But I was watching this team last night thinking, man, Chris Middleton just nowhere to be found. You have these up, these downs that led to, what I just told you a moment ago is that you can't have a guy off, particularly in the finals. Like you cannot have a guy off. You might be able to sleep through a regular season game where Chris Middleton isn't playing well and your opponent's on, their fifth game in 7 days or whatever that number is. Like, it's fine. No, whatever. But in this type of situation, I was watching that game last night going, and I said to you yesterday, and I think Jesse had the stat for us. Like when you go up 2-0, it's like 30-4.
Yeah.
Like, so the Suns are in prime position to be NBA champions. But if this is a short series, and short being 4 or 5, I started thinking back to something you said yesterday where Bucks fans just got to be staring at the TV going, well, this is what we're coming back with next year. And I started my thinking with Mike Budenholzer. It's hard for me to put all of this on Mike Budenholzer because I do think that they did some good things last night. I think offensive rebounding really kept them in the game. But then I think there were some adjustments that Monty Williams made late that Coach Bud couldn't counter. And that's part of the finals. The finals, like coaches, I think are more heavily involved perhaps in playoff series than they might be during the regular season. And I just started looking at this roster and I'm not going as far as to say Giannis can't win in Milwaukee, but I look at this team and go, what's different next year? Nothing. Because this is when you signed Jrue Holiday, this is what you signed.
Yeah.
Like I'm not expecting Jrue Holiday to go out there and drop 27. I'm expecting Jrue Holiday to be a good enough on the offensive end and to carry the load, so to speak, defensively. You kind of got that yesterday. The X factor in the win versus the loss last night was really Chris Middleton. And Chris Middleton, that's the frustration that I think a lot of NBA fans who just observe maybe the Bucks closely or observe, the really good teams in the league closely. They look at Chris Middleton and go, he's up and down. Like he's hot and cold. And you can't do that in the finals. And you can't do that in the finals when you're going against a team that is just insanely hot right now, which is Phoenix. Phoenix has been a whole vibe since that Laker game, since the Andre Drummond post up. Everything's funny. Watch me mimic LeBron. They have been a whole vibe since then.
Yeah.
And Milwaukee, I watched that game last night, looked at the roster. I go, man, Kenny's right. You're a Bucks fan. You're looking at this team going, we're just running this back next year.
You're looking at it like, we got to win this year. We got to get it this year. Because like I said, it sounds like disrespect to Phoenix. I get that. It's not that. I'm just saying, looking at the landscape of the league, this is the easiest I think it'll be for the Bucks to win. Like they said, playing Atlanta in the Eastern Conference Finals, playing Brooklyn without Kyrie and Harden for the most part, now playing a Phoenix Suns team in the NBA Finals. It's not gonna be easier than this to win a championship. Like if they're gonna win a championship, they're gonna go through a much harder road. And do you trust this roster to conquer a harder road than what they're dealing with right now. I don't.
Chris Middleton's deal is up in 2024. He has a $40 million player option in 2023. Drew Holiday's deal is fresh. It's up in 2025. He has a $37 million player option in 2024.
Oof.
I don't know how that. Now, I'm not of the belief that this series is going 4. Of course, I was under the belief that Milwaukee was going to win last night. And what I saw from Giannis is what I expected from Milwaukee. I thought we would get that from Chris Middleton. Yeah. I thought we would get something offensively a little bit bigger from Drew Holiday. Somebody has to step up when guys like that aren't hitting. Like Mikal Bridges dropping 27 last night. Like we talked coming out of game 1, or at least I did. There's a legit conversation to be had. Should Chris Paul re-sign with the Phoenix Suns, that you've got a big 3 there with Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton? I know you're not as high on DeAndre Ayton as I am, and that's fine. But look at the roster though. DeAndre Ayton ain't there. Okay, no problem. 27 from Mikal Bridges. Jay Crowder hit like 1 shot in game 1.
Yeah,
he had 11 yesterday.
Yeah, those Johnson guys hitting shots out of nowhere.
Those guys won and still responded in game 2. The Bucks lost and only one guy responded. And I don't know what that is. I don't know. I know it's easy to blame Mike Budenholzer. I don't think that's a Mike Budenholzer thing. Right. PJ Tucker isn't going to give you better. PJ Tucker isn't going to give you. You know what he's going to give you. It's not going to be double-digit points. Chris Middleton is the guy that you need to be there and help carry that offensive load. And if he's not, and the point that I was trying to make there when talking about Mikal Bridges is, if he's not, someone else has to be there, whether it's Pat Covington or Jeff Teague of the Atlanta Hawks. Somebody has to be there to help him.
Well, Pat Covington, he gave you about as much as I think you could ask for him last night. He had 14 points on the night.
That's true. That's not bad.
The arc, I think.
That's not bad.
So he gave you about as much as you could ask from him.
What happened to the Brook Lopez who was knocking down 3-pointers? What happened to the Brook Lopez who was about to enter the 3-point competition?
I don't know. And then that brings up a whole nother thing. And I'm not trying to put it all on Budenholzer or anything like that. But I mean, I need to see Brook Lopez inside a little bit more. And I know that's not how they play, but he's being guarded by Jay Crowder and Cam Johnson. If you don't put him on the block and let him go to work, 7 feet with nice touch.
Yeah.
I think, and not every time, but I got to get some of those looks sometimes.
Well, maybe that is a Mike Budenholzer thing, because I wonder, in legit question, were they shook at the way Phoenix was shooting the 3? Like, did they feel like we can't work the block? We can't work for 2. Did they play the stupid analytics game? And I have no idea. Mike Budenholzer doesn't strike me as an analytics guy. I've never done a deep enough dive into him to know that whether he is or he isn't. But that would be an explanation for why Brook Lopez wasn't down there, particularly when DeAndre Ayton wasn't out the game. They couldn't. You got to get points from somewhere. Yeah. And to have 2 guys in single digits, to have 2 starters in single digits, that
I think they should lean on dominating the paint like they did. They ended up doing against Atlanta eventually, just dominating inside. I think they need to lean more on that. And in some respects, if Chris Paul wants to find Brook Lopez on a pick and roll all the time, then so be it. Like I said, sometimes you gotta live with something. I know Jeff Van Gundy says this a lot. You gotta live with something. You can't take everything away. And if Chris Paul is going one-on-one with Brook Lopez all the time, that probably means they're not. But that probably means they're not making 23s.
Well, right? Didn't they have Brook Lopez on Devin Booker at one point?
Yeah,
and he had a step back 3.
Oh, and if he's doing that, the step back 3 is easier than the catch and shoot. Or excuse me, the catch and shoot 3 is easier than the step back 3. So if you got a guy creating and trying to go step back all the time, I'll take that as opposed to Just leaving a guy open for a catch and shoot three in the corner, especially. It did a lot of that with Bridges and Crowder, leaving them open in the corner for the three. So I would roll with that. There's two things here though for the Bucks. I think the series, I don't think they can win the series. That's just me personally. I'm not going back on what I said yesterday. Thought it was a must-win game. But there's two things. Number one, maybe three things. Number one, I do believe the others will play better in Milwaukee. And that includes Chris Middleton. I think Chris Middleton will have good games in Milwaukee. Okay. He's not even supposed to be an other.
Exactly.
I understand. I do think he'll have a better game in Milwaukee. Your Brent Forbes, I think he'll have a better game in Milwaukee. The other thing about it is there's potential with Torrey Craig possibly being out for a little while now of wearing down. And that could come into play as the series goes along. Is it too late for that? I don't know. Being down 2-0, it might be too late for a wear down, but that could come into play.
That's a good point. Well, I think it's worth accentuating. They lost Saric the game before. So now I know that's not okay. Saric and Craig, that's not sexy, but they were playing.
Yeah,
they were a part of Monty's rotation. So I think that's a great point, partner. That's something to be said right there. For now, you've already got a short rotation. You've already got a really tight rotation that now you've got to do something with. You're either going to play someone that you're not entirely comfortable with, or you're shortening it up even more. And this plays into, I know you said yesterday was a must win, but it plays more into this game 3. You could change the entire series because these guys are just going to get more worn down if you're Milwaukee. And it speaks to the importance of, I thought they could have gotten yesterday, but now you got to get both at home.
Well, essentially now without Craig and Sarge, the Phoenix Suns are kind of playing with 7 guys. You know what I mean? You got Paul Booker, Bridges, Crowder, Ayton, Payne.
And now
Cam Johnson. That's 7. And now you're dipping into Nader and Kamitsky.
Yeah.
And not only are you dipping into guys that weren't already going to play, they're not already in your rotation, but the 2 guys that they ended up losing in Craig and Sarge, those are big guys. So now this goes back to the point of talking about beat them the hell up inside in the paint every single time down the floor. And then worst case scenario, don't let DeAndre Ayton get in foul trouble. Don't let him pick up 2 quick fouls in the first quarter. Now it's just we shouldn't take a shot outside of the paint. That would be criminal if we did that. You know, we should get as many offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds as we want. So there is a way. There's still a glimmer of hope for them because of some of the things Phoenix is facing on that respect. And then when you talk about long term, there is one position that they can improve at, and that is the PJ Tucker position. He's not going to be there forever. And if you can find a way, it's going to probably have to be maybe trade, maybe draft. But if you find a way to improve on that, because I love PJ Tucker. I love what he's brought to that team in certain respects. I love his shoes. I love all that. Right. But the production and the performance isn't there. He can't hit a shot to save his life. And defensively, like he's cagey and he makes some work, but he's not really stopping a Booker. He was brought in to stop a Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
not a Devin Booker or a DeAndre Ayton or something like that.
And he's a 35-minute a game guy.
He's playing a ton of minutes.
He's either important to what they're doing, or they don't have another option, or the dreaded both. You know, like it's like he's important to what we're doing, but he's not doing it. And we don't have another option.
Facts.
So we just got to run it out there.
People have been saying it in the chat.
Sorry. Throw back to earlier in the week for those who have been with us. We appreciate y'all for hanging out.
People have been saying in the chat, and they're 100%. And I noticed this in game 1. The thing that just came to me is like the Bucks just look like they're a player short. And maybe that player is Dante DiVincenzo. Or I feel like it's maybe one other person, you know, aside from DiVincenzo. But they look like he's gone through everything that he can, Coach Bud, and he's like, damn, I need one more player.
Real question. I swear to you, I'm not being a smartass. By the way, we're redoing the 2014 draft today at 3:20, and that's going to be fun. Are the Bucks a Bogdanovich short?
It might be.
I mean, I swear to you, I'm being dead serious. I'm not trying to be funny, not trying to, make jokes. You look at the things that they're missing, and it's hard to. Are they missing shot making? And I don't know that Bogey is the most consistent shot maker, but when he gets going, he can get going. Are they missing defense? Are they missing someone to stop, Devin Booker? I don't know that Bogey is those guys. Or are they missing? You mentioned Dante DiVincenzo's name. Who?
Hey, I was about to ask you the question. Is DiVincenzo better than Bogey?
In this situation? Or
in
period?
Any situation, period.
I would have been very, very happy if Dante DiVincenzo was a member of the Sacramento Kings. Like for a day and a half, we thought he was. I would have been very, very happy.
I just want to say, when we come back, I want to dispel this myth that I saw circulating on the internet.
Oh,
there's a myth going on around here.
Oh,
and look, I'm not gonna make no bones about it. Maybe I'm just caping for my people, caping for my city, but I need to dispel something. There's some blasphemy going on around this city and on this Twitterverse that I need to address.
Cool. I just throw this out there. Not a clue what he's talking about. We're all going to find out together next on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Plus, we've got your chance to win $1,000 as D'Lo and Casey continue here on ESPN 1320. Hey, this was mentioned during our pre-show call, Rob. That exact phrase was referenced during that call.
Do they want to run the trade back?
Yeah.
They can run the trade back.
Let's see. Casey, the Mythbuster. Yeah. Also, I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm anxious to hear. We got to come out the gate with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. McTen is the lick. West Side is.
I see you. Okay, I'll keep it off the screen. I see you. Okay. All right. Okay. First name.
Bruh.
Can't get much further away from Rich is listening in at the Westin are you in Savannah, Georgia? You're on the coast. Where is that? That says Savannah. That's gotta be Georgia. Huh. Man, you out there, Rich.
At Savannah G8.
David's graphics are killing me.
David's a funny guy.
Oh, man. Oh, well, at least now I get to go watch Ben Hansborough be better than Kemba Walker in its entirety. LOL.
Ooh. What's anybody see what's going on in New York with the flooding? What the hell is that all about?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
What the hell?
All right, Rich. We see you, baby. Appreciate you, my man.
What?
Boy, Rich ain't never home. Leaving
He's
his
everywhere.
wonderful wife and kids. Yeah, I guess so. That's got to be Kane.
13th round, 213.
Oh, I can't lie. I'm curious.
Look, we're just going to extend what we was talking about yesterday.
Okay, I figured with the news that came out.
There's maybe the biggest clown in boxing out here nowadays. And he needs to be gone, period.
Wasn't he on? Did he wrestle Braun Strowman? Am I remembering that right?
Who did he wrestle? He did wrestle for sure. I think it was Braun. You're right. He tried to do a Mayweather. No, fam. No. Nobody cares about you enough.
What was funny is Vince tried to make
David.
Oh.
In my tweet from 2011. I didn't even know.
I read it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was reading. Head into our time machine as David is pulled up. Dr. David, as we call him, has pulled up some old tweets from March 5th, 2011. At IMK Diddy says, well, at least now I get to go watch Ben Hansborough be better than Kemba Walker in its entirety. LOL.
See, I was laughing.
Tweets that live forever. You definitely were. You most definitely were. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up about 22 minutes from right now. Spencer Dinwiddie. This will be interesting. We'll tell you what he told Howard Beck and what this might mean for his future and whether or not the Kings can get involved. And Kyle Kuzma. Oh, yeah. It's out there. And you're going to get a kick out of 4 trade destinations for Kyle Kuzma. I'll tell you where I got it from when we read it because I don't want to spoil it for you. You're really going to enjoy this write-up on a potential Kyle Kuzma to Sacramento trade. But you were pretty fired up there before the.
Yeah, I was pretty fired up. Before I do that, though, before I pay off on the tees, I mean, what is it? 12:48. 48 minutes too long, if you ask me. Air horns. Let me get some more air horns.
Okay.
Let me do it one more time.
Oh, 3. Man, did the Kings make a trade?
Even better.
Oh.
The young queen, the spelling bee champion, Zayla Avant.
Did she have to spell Contavious Caldwell Pope too?
No, that might have stumped her. I'm glad we did not have to go that road. But she won the spelling bee championship last night, the first ever African American to win.
And she a hooper.
And she is a bucket.
She's
an absolute bucket out there. So that was pretty cool to see. Good for her.
I have a name. I like it. It was worth it. I had a name I wanted you to spell.
Oh, I'm ready.
But because I don't know how to spell it. Hey, wait, I got it. Do you think you can spell DeBrickashaw Ferguson?
I think so.
Okay.
DIBR Brickishaw. BRICKISHAW.
No.
DE?
No.
No, I can't spell them. Those are my only 2.
D apostrophe.
Now that is cheating and setting up
Shaw
for the okie doke. Is Brick A like A Shaw?
Yeah, like Hulkamania. Brick Shaw.
The Brick is Shaw.
The Brickashaw Ferguson. Still, arguably the greatest sports name in history. And I believe the Brickashaw Ferguson, if I remember correctly, was the birth of the Key and Peele skit.
I never watched Key and Peele.
I didn't either. But the skit is pretty funny. I can't remember the character's name, but it's pretty funny. It was birthed from I think it was Peele saying, "Yo, did you know that there's a dude named Brickashaw Ferguson?" And then he made up McCringleberry, I think is the guy's name on the skit, but it's an enjoyable skit.
There's a young high school player. I remember this came out a couple of years ago. He was good and got on TV, and his name was like, it was, I know this isn't what it was, but it was something crazy like Jabuckets or something like that. It was if anybody knows what we're talking about, you know,
what was he?
He was like a football player, I think, a little high school football player.
Jabuckets.
It wasn't Jabuckets, but it was something crazy. If anybody remembers it, let me know. It was a trip. It was like, okay, that's what we're naming the kids now. I know I listened to this one guy, and he talks about like it's just getting crazy with the names. Like whatever happened to a John, to a Michael, to a Greg, to a Damien, to a Kenny.
Oh man, this I hate Damien, by the way.
Was it the coldest?
The coldest Crawford.
It was the coldest.
Oh, the coldest is for real. I remember that name. The coldest. I can't believe you went with Reese and not the coldest. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna start calling Reese the coldest. That is my guy. We have our own handshake and everything.
Coldest,
I'm gonna start calling Reese the coldest.
The coldest Reese Caraway. Might change his name. But
it's not too late.
But the skit, the guy was always like, yeah, what happened to Mike and John? And now it's look at my son, Oxygen.
Well, we got North, right? Isn't North the baby? And what's the other one?
Jazz always reminds me of the kids. I lose track. There's North, Saint, Chicago, and
how many kids do they have? I thought they had 2.
They have 4.
Oh, damn.
There's North, Saint, Chicago, and I'm missing one other one.
Okay. I just remembered North. Like you gonna make this child tell everyone her name is Northwest, huh?
Northy. So there's the Sacramento in the house. Shout out to my girl Natalie, who I just kind of know from kind of growing up in the same circles, and we used to play at the Salvation Army a lot, right? When we were kids, and played in the same Oak Park summer leagues and stuff like that. And she's a big and I promise I'm going to pay off that tease, by the way. But she's a big watcher and blogger. She actually had a podcast dedicated to keeping up with the Kardashians. Well, she made a page that was all Northwest reactions, like on the show. So like North would be rolling her eyes and they'd be like, oh gosh, Auntie Courtney is out here doing her eyeshadow or whatever. It was like huge. It had like 100,000s of followers, right? Mm-hmm. And then they talked about it on the show. They're like, who is this this North parody count? Who is this? And they were on the show like trying to figure out who the account was and who didn't. They were like asking all their friends, are like, you the fake North? And they're like, no. They're like, this account is hilarious or whatever. It's so funny. And they went to all their friends trying to figure it out. Come to find out, it was Natalie. They brought Natalie, I think, on the show, and like the Kardashians like showed her love, brought her down there and stuff like that. But yeah, Sacramento in the house. The popular Northwest Instagram account is ran by one of Sacramento's finest.
Okay, I like it. The who
Coach
runs?
Yeah, the North parody account was so awesome. Yeah,
in the fourth child's name is Psalms West.
Psalms, that's right.
Not plural. Psalm, just one. Psalms would be too easy. Like Psalms, no Psalm.
Yeah. Now, Cole up here talking about wouldn't step foot in the Salvation Army. Please, Ray Robinson Center, Oak Park, California. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. That's cap, Cole.
That's spot. That's
fall back.
Home,
that's cap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good people over there.
Yes, indeed. But yeah. So shout out to Natalie, by the way.
Okay.
So yeah, I need to dispel something.
Mm-hmm.
We got people all the time, and lately at least, talking about this Phoenix Suns crowd. You know, people want to ask me, they want to say, is it a movie? And it's look, I'm not even going to hate on them. It's a damn good crowd. They're loud. They're into it. You feel the intensity. It's a great crowd. You got my man Mark Spears saying they have the title belt right now as being the loudest arena in basketball. I would call cap, but hey, they're on center stage right now. They're great.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, you call cap though. You gotta be willing to put the belt on somebody if you're gonna call cap.
I mean, I don't think it's better than the Garden, but well, whatever. The Garden was.
That's my fault. Hey, that's me. My bad. I should have known that that's where this was going. That's my fault. My apologies to everybody.
No. It's not even going there. It's not even going there. If you ask me, you asked.
I asked. That's my fault. It's my fault for asking. I know.
Garden was more of a movie than Phoenix this year.
I know you do.
So there's that.
Okay.
But I got my man, and I don't know if it might be Tony Edwards who pops in here every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
It might be him.
Okay.
I don't know, but somebody on Twitter, good dude, good brother. It's all good. The last couple of games and everything, he's been trying to convince me that this Phoenix crowd is on par or better than early 2000s Arco. And I said, sir, I said, look, man, I don't mean no disrespect. I don't know how old you are. I don't know if you were in the city for early 2000s Arco. I don't know if you recall it. This is a damn good Phoenix crowd. It's lit. I sincerely mean no disrespect. It's lit in Phoenix Suns Arena. This ain't Arco. Don't ever confuse that. This is not Arco in the early 2000s.
So both can be true because you said a lot there. What Mark Spears said, I think, can be accurate, and we can play semantics with the Garden crowd and all of that. I would probably give Phoenix the edge over the Garden.
Ooh.
However, my brother, if you want to say that the Phoenix crowd is better than the Golden One Center, yep, you'd be right. You got nothing to cheer here. But to go back to the I think some of y'all are forgetting. And I get it. This is we're talking about the past. Oh, I think it's as good as the early 2000s crowd. No, it's not. It's most definitely. And if you think so, you must have never have been in it.
I'm saying, man, come on.
Just now. the structure there, and I don't think it's hyperbole to say there will never be an atmosphere in an arena like Arco Arena, simply because arenas aren't made like that anymore. With a lot of times with outdoor stadiums, they're built out like college football stadiums. They build out, and a lot of times it doesn't sound loud in there because the sound escapes. Right? Some stadiums are built like up. They're built more up rather than built out. Those ones that build up tend to be a little louder than the ones that build out. Mm-hmm. All indoor arenas now build out because you want more room. So there's more room inside that bowl. Go back to maybe we're forgetting what Arco looked like.
Did you see what I tweeted out yesterday?
I don't think so.
I had to say, hey,
about Tyson Fury. I saw that.
Oh, a lot of Tyson Fury going. There was a lot of Tyson Fury, but not about that. Just check it out. I'm gonna tag you in it real quick because you need to see it. I need to see your reaction. You've probably seen this clip before. You need to see it on the air. But come on, man. Come. It's not even close. And that is, once again, no disrespect to the Phoenix Suns fans because they're killing it. They are killing it at Phoenix Suns Arena. But no, man, it's not Arco. It's not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to be sorry. That's okay.
It's not Arco. To be honest with you, there's maybe a handful of arenas that I can think of that was like early 2000s Arco. I'll put Oracle, like Prime Oracle, in there. That was lit. That was big time. And I'm guessing Chase isn't going to sound like that. No, because it's different. So. Arenas are different now. They're not going to sound the same. I think Portland is in that category. Portland's got some good stuff. Portland is good. Yeah, Portland is good. I mean, that's about it. That's about it. Look. Like I said, Damien, I'll stall for time as you look at what I just tweeted. Maybe you spelled my name wrong, or you forgot to hit send because it didn't come through. So maybe I'll just head over. Okay, I'm on your account right now. I see it. I see it. Come on, man. I see it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Come on, man. I mean. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Hey. Looking like that right now. I mean, just look at when they went to the whole crowd and you could see the upper deck and come on, man. Ain't nothing looking like that right now. Phoenix ain't looking like. And the crazy thing about that, Damian, if I have my stories correct,
man,
that was game 2 of a semifinal game. Not the first game of the Kings being back in the playoffs in 8 years. Not the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
It was game 2 of a semifinal game.
Okay, real question. But first, you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on Twitch, YouTube. We welcome all of those watching. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app as well as on 1320 AM. Looking at this photo or this video I just retweeted on at Damian Barling, available at IMK Diddy as well. Could Golden One Center look like this? Like,
I think it could.
If the Kings get back to the playoffs, does the crowd just pick right back up to this level?
I think it does, to be honest with you. And here's why I say that. And here's why I'm very dismissive of Phoenix Suns crowds and fans, right? Because you can go to a lot of different games, even in the Golden One Center era, where it's packed. It's packed. It's December. It's January. It's packed. They're into it. They're loud.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've said it before. John Bull was in here talking about it. Phoenix wasn't like this. Phoenix wasn't like this for such a long time. And we talking about a fan base here in Sacramento that is some would say the worst in the league. Hasn't won anything in almost 2 decades. And if they come out and they do what they did just on a regular season level, every game in the regular season, by the time they got to the playoffs, it would be insane. Let me ask you a question real quick about this whole fan stuff. And I'm pretty sure this is true in Phoenix. When I was going to school in the Bay Area, it was 05, 04, 05, 06. If you like talk to some people or asked around, you could get Warriors tickets, right? You could get them. Like, people be like, oh, here's Warriors tickets, whatever. They'd be lower bowl. I'm not saying I was sitting the courtside or nothing like that, but it'd be lower bowl, whatever the case may be. You can get Warriors tickets. You can go to a Warriors game relatively easy, relatively cheap. I'm pretty sure that's the same way with the Phoenix Suns. Before this year or anything like that, you could probably go, judging by the nobody being in the building half the time, you can go to a Phoenix Suns game. Maybe you know better than I. Can you go to a Kings game that easily right now?
I feel like you can. So let me preface that with something, and I've talked about this before. I do think you can go to a ticket distributor, not a secondary market. You can go to the box office and grab a ticket the day of the game for most games. Mm-hmm. One thing that is really, really deceitful, and I think part of this is because just the Kings are bad. I think what's really deceitful is the Golden One Center is still a relatively new attraction. And so while the diehard fans may be listening to this, or the diehard fans watching this, certainly you and I, Golden One Center isn't really new for us anymore. We've been to it probably close to 100 times at this point. Mm-hmm. But there are still a lot of people who haven't gone there yet. There are still a lot of Kings fans who haven't gone to first year, it was too expensive. Second year, maybe not the right game. Third year, there's a freaking pandemic, or, whatever the timeline is. So, now that which is one thing that I think that's great about the California Classic, is for some people who may not want to drop $60, $70, $80, $90, $100 or hundreds of dollars to get in the game, they go for 10, spend 40 on beer, 40 on, food and all of that stuff. And when you go to that arena, especially for the first time, you could look around and realize, man, these seats are empty. But you look up to the Sierra Nevada party deck, it's packed. Yeah. You look out into the concourse, those lines are full. So it's always really difficult to get a feel for how many people are actually at the Golden One Center. Right. Though I don't believe those games are sold out and that you can't walk up and buy a ticket. I'm not saying you could walk up and buy 10 tickets together, But I think you could walk up and buy tickets with no problem right now.
I'll even say, and maybe my experience is a little different because Leezy is on here saying, pretty sure I can get tickets to a 12-seated team. I think you can go buy tickets virtually anywhere. They were tickets being given away to Warriors games. And I'd be like, yeah, I'll go. I don't have nothing else to do. I'll go. Here's some free tickets. I'm sure it's the same with Phoenix. Lower bowl, not up in the upper deck. Lower bowl. They were giving me tickets to go to the game.
That's probably not a thing right now. Anyone can correct me. I'm just saying because I still think there's an attraction with the arena, and they've got to be careful because if they don't right this ship quickly, the attraction is not going to be enough. The attraction is if they don't right this ship quickly, the California Classic isn't going to be cute anymore. It's going to be like, yo, screw you. Put this team together better. I'm not even paying $10 to go watch, a summer league team, a pre-summer league team. Get your stuff together. That's just my opinion.
I hear you.
The arena's an attraction right now. It's not going to be much longer.
Yeah. But my guy, I forgot his name, man. Shout out to him. He's a good brother. But he keeps coming to me with
Phoenix
that.
is not Arco.
To me like, yo, it's Arco. I was like, no, it's not. And then I watched Phoenix. And I tweeted it out last night. I'll say it again on air.
Kaylee Sunshine.
Shout out to Kaylee Sunshine. I'm pretty sure 85 to 90% of them people, they didn't even know the Suns or the NBA existed.
I know you. Were you watching at the beginning of the game during the 3-shot?
I missed the
anyone who was watching, we got your chance to win $1,000 coming up in about 70 seconds. Anyone who was watching knows where I'm going with this. If you were watching at the beginning, like right at the beginning when they did the 3-shot with Breen, Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson, there's a woman standing within camera shot behind the announcers, a couple rows up, clear sight, right? So you've got everybody dancing, you've got everybody swinging towels, doing all of this stuff. She's on her phone in a full-on dress, like she's got she's got to go fundraise the second the game's over, and like gold necklace, jewelry, the whole thing. It's like if you were looking for something that says who doesn't belong here, it would be her. And I kept looking at that like, I wonder what she's doing. I was legitimately fixated on it. Like, what is she doing there? Does she work there? Does she know someone who works there? Is she like a vendor or an advertiser? Like, and again, the angle, the shot legitimately looked like it was Breen, the lady, Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson. That's how in clear sight she was.
Here comes the money.
Point being, I'm not sure that she's a diehard Suns fan.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes
Of
the
course,
money.
maybe that's how diehard Suns fans dress. I'm not really sure, but it's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 so you can dress like that lady at the game last night. Text the code word, Jesse, please correct me if I'm wrong, concert to 72881. That's concert. Like, this is the 15th time we've used the word concert in the last 4 weeks. Text the word concert to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. You know this part by heart now. Don't text and drive.
Hey, I'm riding for Sacramento. I'm riding for the
I know you are. I know you are.
Because it's been a long time.
Your Twitter name used to be Sacramento King.
Yeah.
I made you change it.
Yeah. I'm a Sacramento King. You're a Sacramento King. All right. That's what it is. But it's been 15 years. And you know what? Still standing.
Oh, God bless you. What are you doing?
Come on.
Why?
Back on the name. You understand me?
How did you press that button today? And you had to
be. I see her.
It's
really nice.
She stands out, right?
Yeah.
She clearly, and you look, you're looking at her like, what is she doing? Like, is this a Suns thing? Is this a Phoenix?
Like Marcus said, she was there to be seen.
Hey, I mean, I ain't mad at it. Like I dress a certain way to get, I want to be seen. Elston Turner used to say, "Oh, here he comes, fresh out the photo shoot, here to the game."
Who am I to criticize anybody who's trying to be seen? Look, see me.
Do it
see
every
me.
time, 10 times out of 10.
Queen Bee hates that about me too, but the yin and the yang.
We love that about you.
We work together.
Queen Bee is definitely more discreet.
She's the opposite of me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe the phrase that the Queen used the other day was Kenny loves all things that glitter.
She did say that.
Which you could run away with that line if you want to. As Poker Pro says, King's cameraman would be very happy. Yes, indeed. That is a good callback, Poker Pro. That is a great callback right there.
Raise.
Please, let's give Poker Pro a raise, man. Let's step out. Let's come back. 4 trade destinations for Kyle Kuzma. Oh, yeah. 4 trade destinations for Kyle Kuzma. And what did the writer say about the Sacramento Kings? Because they're one of them. We've got that for you next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Still standing. Still strong. You get suggestions from Instagram. Since you follow Duke women's basketball, you might like Duke men's basketball. No. Yeah, you can keep that. That lady who runs the Duke, if you ever look at like Duke social media, dude, that woman is talented.
Kills it,
She bad, dude. Like I see these videos like, man, I gotta learn how to do this stuff.
Duke's women's basketball. I'm following.
I gotta learn how to do this stuff.
Tell me if you waited if I'm with it, babe. Haven't heard from you in a minute, babe. Let's see. There we go. I saw my man Coach JT in here. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be linking up with my man Coach JT.
I saw that.
Game 3, man. We're gonna get up, I'm gonna get on his 94 Feet podcast, man. We're gonna talk about the game, talk about hoop a little bit. I'm not exactly sure about the format, but I think he said we're going live. I think he said we'll be live on YouTube.
Okay.
Tap in on that, man, for sure. Yeah, Cole, you missed a good one. You missed a good one, brother. You missed a good one. The funny thing about that is, I remember I tweeted, I said, "Yo, man, that cameraman is wild." Damien was like, "Yo, brother." That was a wild boy, man. He was supposed to be watching the game, man. Yes, indeed, man. Kennedy McClatchy connecting. You know what I'm saying? We get South Sac. We out here, man. I'm really intrigued to see what's going on with this Kyle Kuzma thing, man. This is these guys.
You're gonna laugh at this.
They just be saying anything, man. I already got a feeling they just talking. Damien, were you ever a fan of the Nike Yeezys? The Air Yeezys?
I actually don't have any. I have Flyknits. I never had the Nikes. The Nike Yeezys.
I wish I had the Nikes. I wish. Those are incredible shoes. Love
Really?
them. Yeah, I love them.
You're a box keeper, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't keep the boxes.
Much to the chagrin of
Yeah.
the Queen Bee.
Right. Yeah, I don't keep the box. Yeah. Yeah.
Saving any space.
Yeah. It doesn't save any space at all. Absolutely. And why don't you have the Odyssey app yet, man? What are you doing? The new Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners just like you. You can find new summer soundtracks. There are hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, road trips, working out, or relaxing poolside. There's plenty of channels like Beatbox where you can hear that Craig Mack joint that you just heard coming back from commercial. You can even download stations like Arena Rock. Memories of tailgate parties and light shows and fog machines. Hey, if that fits you, cool. I don't remember that stuff, but let's run with it. You'll find your favorite artists on Odyssey too, on the all new artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. I'm not sure why I dropped artists twice there. I think I had a little mini earthquake right here inside my brain. I'm still rattled from yesterday. I think that's what's happening. That's why I'm having a difficult time delivering these Arena Rock messages.
Rattled, no pun intended.
I see what you did there.
Bars.
Speaking of rattled, came across an article today that I purposely told Kenny and Jesse, hey, I got to tell you something, but don't read it. I found this article. And I'll tell you where I found it afterwards, because I don't want y'all to open up the second screen and go read this, because I want to read it to you. It's short, but it's 4 trade destinations for your man's Kyle Kuzma.
Okay.
The
Kyle
4 destinations.
The other day he feels he could average 25 a game.
Do you think Kyle Kuzma could average 25 a game?
No.
Okay. 4 trade destinations: Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Houston.
Okay.
San Antonio, and your Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
Now that's not the ha part.
Remember who told you about this first? You know what I'm saying? Way back when I said keep your eye on it.
You did.
Yeah.
Let me read to you what they said about this potential deal. Matter of fact, you know what might be good for this? Kyle Kuzma to the Sacramento Kings, according to the big league. The big lead, excuse me. This will require a lot of cooperation from both sides, but hear me out for a quick second. Kuzma, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, and Montrezl Harrell for Buddy Hield. The Kings should not, and probably do not, want to trade Hield. He's a flamethrower from beyond the arc, and his mere presence on the floor opens up everything offensively. But Hield has clashed with Luke Walton more than a few times over the last 2 seasons, and a change of scenery may be the best for both sides. In return for the sharpshooter, the Kings would get 2 pieces that help round out their league worst defense, and slightly more complementary pieces to the future backcourt of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, while acquiring front court depth. The biggest holdup, other than the Kings' desire to hang on to Hield, which may be too much to overcome, is Harrell's player option for 2021. Should he opt into the second year of his deal, the trade can be executed. If he doesn't, the Lakers don't have another option. If everything lines up, Hield would be a perfect fit into the offense next to LeBron and AD, even if his defense is suspect. The Lakers do this without blinking. The Kings don't, but they still might after some deliberation.
Wow.
The end.
I mean, there was so much right there. There was so much.
He's a flamethrower from beyond the arc, and his mere presence on the floor opens up everything offensively. I cannot confirm whether this article on the Big Lead was written by Vivek Ranadive or not.
Special contributor.
Kuzma, Contavious Caldwell Pope, and Montrezl Harrell for Buddy Hield. Woo!
That's crazy.
Child, please.
So what I'm getting from this and what I'm getting, a couple other things, because remember our guy Javon, who we won't hear from until football season again, I guess. Remember he tagged us the other day in some Buddy Hield type trade, and they were saying similar things about Buddy Hield, like, yo, Skies. It was even worse because it was like he's a defensive presence out there, and he spreads the floor and all this other stuff. Is it possible that not only may we find one, but possibly multiple suckers out there for Buddy Hield?
Dude, I think so. So let me give a little background. I'm not going to disparage the person who wrote this. I think this is the guy who wrote this appears to cover the Lakers.
Okay.
I don't expect a ton of people to pay attention to a team in a 15-year postseason drought. But man, you got to be more aware than looking at the stat sheet. At least he's, I mean, it is Luke Walton, the two have clashed. Like, all right. Like, I guess some of the stuff in here isn't like awful. I just always get caught up when we talk about Buddy Hield being a flamethrower or being this just like tremendous, numbers lie. We recognize that, right? We understand that. Like, numbers can very much lie. But then I thought, like, damn, I remember the clip we had of Jackie. I think it was Jackie Mack talking to Bill Simmons. Oh, no, there's a market for Buddy Hield. Huh. Maybe there is. Maybe there are a couple of people out there who are like, we were alluding to Buddy Hield on the Milwaukee Bucks a little bit earlier, talking about last night's game.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe there is something to Buddy.
So the thing about it is, I've said a number of different times as I was trying to get him out of here, that Buddy Hield could go somewhere else and really flourish. I don't think he's a bad basketball player. He has skills that could help a lot of different teams in a different situation. He's just all wrong for what's going on here in Sacramento. So in all honesty, if he went to the Lakers, I mean, that'd be a good spot for him.
But why is he so wrong here? Like, and I guess, damn, this is legitimately the second player this week I've asked this about. Why isn't it working with Buddy here?
It's not, to me, it's not working because the what he can do out there is stand out there and shoot threes. And even though he wasn't really hitting them at a great clip, I know he shot 38% or whatever, but that's literally the only shots he took. So if somebody is shooting 38% from the field, nobody would be like, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? That's essentially what he was doing. But they need more out of him. They need more out of him. They need somebody that can create their own shot. You take him to the Lakers.
They need more, like they need stuff he can't provide.
Absolutely.
No matter who the coach is, no matter anything else, like that's just not an element of his game.
Absolutely. And if you have him down there in LA with the Lakers, like LeBron can get his own shot. AD, you throw it to him in the post, he can get the own shot. Maybe that opens it up for Buddy Hield. But I mean, I don't think they're going to run a ton of plays for him. You know what I'm saying? Like there's going to be action where maybe he ends up getting open and LeBron can find him and stuff like that. But he's going to be a guy that can catch and shoot. And if you take away the catch and shoot situation, it could get real bleak. And I'm not talking Memphis.
I know you're not talking Memphis, but I'm talking John Bull, and I alluded to it. So I'm just going to ask it. Is Luke part of the problem? Because I brought up two players. Is there any chance that Luke is part of the problem with both Marvin and with Buddy Hield?
Sure, there's a chance he's part of the problem, but I'd ask John and I'd ask you this. What is What would Buddy do any different? Like like we got to kind of stop that with Buddy Hield, because I remember the first year with Luke, oh, they're using him all wrong. They're asking him to dribble and initiate the offense. That's not what he does. This year, Damian, we watched all the games.
Mm-hmm.
All he did was shoot threes and catch and shoot threes, and he just bricked them. Damian, you watched the games. These weren't highly contested threes. These were wide open good looks that he was just bricking. Mm-hmm. He just missed them. And we would get frustrated every time because his stat line would be 5 of 13, 4 of 12 from beyond the arc. It's
every
like,
time.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
And this is what I kept talking about. Hey, you guys wanted him before. He was doing too much. Don't have him dribble the ball. Don't have him initiate the offense. Have him be like Duncan Robinson, where he just runs around and shoots threes. That's what happened this year. And he missed shots. He missed shots. Simple as that. The problem isn't, I don't think the problem is Luke Walton. I think it's the pecking order that Buddy Hield is on. Buddy Hield should probably be at best your fourth best player, the fourth option out there.
And your sixth man.
And your sixth man. And hell, he was a second option for the Kings to start the game more times than not.
Absolutely. Not just to start the game, but often to close them.
You know, he's not going to win with that. You don't have the talent. He's like you just mentioned, he's a sixth man. And sometimes six men finish the game. Lou Williams, Terrence Ross, guys that I really like. Sometimes that happens. But they had him starting all year. They had him.
Did they have a better option? Tyrese. I mean, I guess once you figured out what Tyrese was, which I think was game 2, probably should have started Tyrese.
So he probably should have started, but at that point in his career, Tyrese probably isn't your second best.
No. Sure.
No, I know what you mean. But like, even if you start Tyrese, you're going to be in the same problem. You're going to be in the same issue because he's a distributor at this point in his career. He's like looking for somebody to get and finish shots.
So even if Buddy is the sixth man, he's still your second scoring option.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, he's third. Like if you wanted to stretch and say Harrison is the second scoring option, I disagree. But if you wanted to say that Buddy's your third, that's still miscast situation for him.
We saw times this year, and again, this isn't a Luke Walton thing. We saw, and you have a far better memory than I do, but there was a stretch where Buddy was shooting poorly. And one game in particular, and I feel like when I say it, you'll remember the game. I don't know if you'll remember the team, but remember his first couple of baskets, he was getting to the rim. Mm-hmm. He hit a couple of elbow jumpers. I think his first 3 was like his 5th shot of the game. And he was in a groove, and these are first quarter numbers that he was doing. He getting to the basket, got fouled, getting to the basket, elbow free throw line extended. Like he was working. He was essentially doing what Chris Paul was doing in that game against the Clippers. He was wearing out the mid-range game before he finally just started taking threes. That was one of his best games of the year. And I distinctly remember that game so easily because he rarely ever did that. He used the three-point line to get him hot. And rarely did he get hot from the three-point line, whereas it feels like, if memory serves me correctly, the most success he got this year was when he used everything else to get him hot, and that got his three-point shot going.
You're 100% right. And there's so many times when they would set this screen at the top of the arc for him, and he would do that thing where he's shooting off somebody's back. Basically, like if Rashawn Holmes is setting the screen, he dribbles directly off their back, and it's probably still making contact with their back, and will pull up. And there's a wide.
It looks like a completely contested shot.
Yeah, and there's a wide open lane that he's not even taking. The other thing that we noticed from Buddy is, I don't know how long this went on. Maybe it's not even true. Maybe it's all speculation. But the thing that looked odd when you had James Ham talking about at the end of the season, basically he was doing everything he could not to go to the free throw line so he didn't have to shoot, and he had already got that incentive in his deal. That's not it. I'd like to know, is there an incentive? Can somebody let me know out there? Does he have an incentive for like made threes on a year? Because that would make sense. That if he does, the reason why he took only threes.
I'm confident. Let me not say that. We'll have the research team known as Jesse and the research team known as the Chat House get on that. I can't remember. I think he had a games played incentive. He had
Jill
a.
Ladd says yes. I think she's referring to that question.
Well, there you have it.
It was. I
mean, that would explain it. That
was a percentage, and he just missed it.
So I'm guessing it was 40. It was probably in the vicinity of 40% because I think he shot 39. I don't know why I'm saying I think. I literally have his basketball reference page in front of me. Yep, 39.1. That's what he shot.
So
from 3.1.
Like, these are the things that I talk about when you got John Bull talking about, oh yeah, it's because of Luke Walton that he's not being used to his bro. Like how many times, Damien? This is what I always say. How many times did he just have wide open threes that he just bricked? What
he did,
coach, to do? The guy's wide open and he's missing shots.
Maybe get him to stop taking threes. Maybe bench him. Maybe pull him out of the game.
Well,
let me ask you something.
Ironically, he benched him the year before, and his numbers went up in every category.
So why didn't he do it this year?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I have my reasonings, but
we'll say it.
Drewski, I think it was something from above.
I guess if you want to put it all together, then like, cool, run with it, because that means Luke had to have been told, hey man, you good, do what I'm telling you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, no, don't worry, you're here next year, but I'm going to need you to play buddy. Like, come on. I try to get out of that frame of mind of the higher power. It was me all along, Austin.
Also this year, I think that may have something to do with it, or maybe indirectly, because this year Tyrese was a better option, but Tyrese was playing at the same time, right? Sure. Like, Buddy was out there with Tyrese for the majority of the end of those games. There wasn't there wasn't a guy behind Buddy like Bogey was the year before to take those minutes away from. So maybe it's not from up top. That's another issue as well, is the depth wasn't there.
Mm-hmm. So flamethrower. 30 points was his season high. I'm trying to look at the amount of times. So Buddy played all but one game. Yeah, played all but one game. And he shot above 48% 17 times. Every other game he shot below 48%. And it looks like there's about 35 games that he shot below 40%. Dude, there's 14 games that he shot below 30%.
Come on, man. He's a shooting guard.
There's 2 games where there's not even a number after the dot. Well, I mean, I guess technically there is. There's a 0.091. He shot 1 of 11 on 2 separate occasions this year.
and look, all this goes back to what I say with this team. If you want to say it's Luka Doncic or whatever, or excuse me, Luka Doncic, that's who's up on my screen right now. But if you want to say it's Luke Walton or whatever the case may be, whatever. But
okay,
the problem is he plays too big of a role on this team. And that's because they don't have enough high level talent.
Okay, I think we need to call Jill. I need her to elaborate on this. She said Buddy's
we got time today.
Buddy's cap hit is now higher because he hit on 2 of his 3 contract incentives last season. Damn. Yeah, we're gonna get Jill on it, elaborate on that. Of course, Jill does have a job, so let me not speak too soon.
This is something that's crazy. And this is crazy because one of the guys at the absolute bottom is a guy that I thought was playing really well. But I just went real simple. NBA player stats. All right. Field goal percentage. I think they go to 125 players. They're the top 125 players in the league, field goal percentage wise. Very dead last at 124 is Fred VanVleet. He shot 38% from the field this year. 119, Buddy Hield at 40. So this tells me there's 118 players in this league that shot better from the field than him.
And that doesn't even factor in his less than stellar defense.
We hadn't even touched on that. We hadn't touched on that or basketball IQ, decision making, all this other stuff.
Okay, let me ask you something here. I know you saw the clip, and I'm not doing this to agitate you. It's a real question. I know you saw the clip, or you probably saw the moment in the game, but the clip went viral of Monty Williams talking to DeAndre Ayton. At any point, did you look at that and go, man, imagine if that was Marvin Bagley? Do you think Monty Williams could have gotten through to Marvin Bagley?
Maybe so. Maybe so. I mean, he definitely, I feel like he could have. I like Monty Williams. I like his approach. I like the way he goes about things. I definitely could see that for sure.
I know you said we can leave Luke in New York. I think you said we could leave Luke in Charlotte. Oh, it's Detroit. That's what it was. You said we could leave Luke in a variety of places. But was it the wrong decision to keep him next year? Was it the wrong decision to not look for another head coach for next season?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And you know why? Because if they don't improve the roster, it's not going to matter. I say this all the time.
Okay.
Monty Williams is the
follow
coach.
up.
They went out and got a guy who's the guy that's leading them to the finals right now?
It's Chris Paul.
Chris Paul. They went out and got Jay Crowder.
Yep.
They went out and got Torrey Craig. The roster got better.
Follow-up question, Mr. Caraway. Raising my hand in the back. Is without Chris Paul, is that roster still great? Like you're talking about, you got to have the horses. Like, is Mikal Bridges still putting up 27 if Chris Paul isn't there?
Sure, he could do it in one game. That's the other thing. Somebody was like, man, Mikal Bridges is really good. Mikal Bridges is good. He scored 27 in a game. Terrence Davis scored 30-something in a game. That doesn't mean he's a 30-point per game
Justin James,
guy.
Justin James,
right? Like, he scored 27. That's good. That's a great game. He's not a 27-point per game player. To answer you, I don't even think Phoenix is in the playoffs without Chris Paul.
Really?
Yeah. Hell, they didn't make it last year.
Okay. So if Chris Paul leaves, are they in the playoffs next season? I guess this is a callback to are you really considering whether they're in the playoffs at all next year?
If Chris Paul leaves?
If Chris Paul leaves. And it sounds like the New York Knicks have a bag of cash to offer him.
That'd be crazy if he left. That would be wild. If they don't, if he doesn't come back next year, it's tough, because I do believe that between Monty and Chris and this experience, those guys that are on that team, they've learned a lot. I do believe that. I believe Devin Booker
that's what I was trying to get at.
Experience from this year. So I can.
It is your team now, my son. I am off to the Mecca.
Right. If he would have never came,
I'm off to take the Knicks to the finals.
Oh, I can't wait. Knicks Kings finals. Let's go.
I'm waiting a long time for that.
If he had never came to Phoenix, I don't think they would have. If he leaves now after having a year of him and having this whole experience, I think that they could make the playoffs. When I say that, I'm looking down the list right here. Without Chris Paul, are they top 6?
LA, Denver, yeah.
LA, Denver, Utah. The Warriors are back.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm still good.
Without Chris Paul?
I'm still good. Yes. I believe in his team. So let me ask you, okay, quickly. Are they back in the finals next year?
Without Chris Paul?
No, I'm sorry. If Chris Paul stays, are they back in the finals?
I don't think so.
Are they back in the conference finals?
That's a possibility, yeah.
And everything has gone right. Like the curse of Chris Paul's playoff appearances. It felt like it was in full effect when the playoffs started.
Right.
But between the shoulder, then we had a COVID incident. But yet, here the Phoenix Suns are up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, and still wondering. I mean, I guess the question is: Are these two teams one and done in terms of finals appearances? Hell, in terms of conference finals appearances, we'll look at the rest of the conferences. We'll continue on this conversation about Buddy Hield and Luke Walton and the Sacramento Kings. And how about Spencer Dinwiddie? He told your guy. I don't know if he's going to be your guy after what I relay to you that he told Howard Beck. I don't think you're going to like this, but I'm going to share it with you. He used numbers, very specific numbers. We'll have that plus your next opportunity to win $1,000 when D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's KC, man, and everybody is talking about refinancing their homes, taking out equity, or getting mortgages with interest rates currently below 3% APR. Now, before contacting a bank, you have to visit GoCityCenter.com, or you can make a phone call at 1-866-GO-CITY-6 today to speak to a local expert. The owner and my guy, my independent broker, Sam, at City Center, is a trusted local expert working for me right now, like I just said, to get me the best rate by comparing offers from many other banks, right? So your first step to refinancing or buying a home has to be at GoCityCenter.com, or you can call at 1-866-GO-CITY-6 today. All right. City Center Financial's experts have successfully helped individuals and families refinance and buy homes for over 20 years now. So don't hesitate. Don't waste any more time. Pick up the phone and call my guy Sam and his team of experts at 1-866-GO-CITY-6 or at GoCityCenter.com with a live chat. Rates could rise soon, so now is the time to call 1-866-GO-CITY-6 or visit GoCityCenter.com. City Center Financial, your local trusted mortgage experts. Cal BRE number 018-37543, NMLS number 353383. So we do recorded reads sometimes, everybody, and it is night and day me talking without these braces. It is it is so smooth without these things. It is so easy. You get these things in, it could be a mess.
That's all right, man. It happens.
Especially that NMLS. With no braces, that just flows. With braces, I got to always slow it down. NMLS.
That's tough. That's tough no matter what. I had to read that for something, and it was brutal. Brutal.
Appreciate you, Roddy.
Roddy.
David. You know what? That the Invisalign has been all good, man. I haven't my teeth. There's a couple times when you're taking them out that because they're pulling on your teeth essentially like that kind of hurts, like taking it out for like 5 seconds max, like, oh damn, that kind of hurt. Or you put them back in on the new ones and for 5 seconds, dang, kind of hurts. But after that, it's no problem. I've had no problem with the Invisalign. Loved it.
Jesse, I think Jill's calling right now. Or she'll be calling shortly.
It's a good call there, Ramsey. In MLS. That's a good call. In MLS.
Okay.
Yeah, Tony, I blame Sharon L. Grove. She asked me when I was like probably about 12 or 11. She's like, you want to get braces? I said, no, my life would be over. I'd be a brace face. No. She should have said, shut the hell up. We're taking you to the dentist right now to get your brace. I wish I would have got this done so much sooner than what I did. G Funky. What's good, man? No, man, G Funky, the boxing talk is in the next break, man. G Funk, I was on his round table. Hispanics causing panic. I was on the round table last night. Some good boxing talk. It was actually on the show where we found out for sure that Fury was going to be out. So
you're funky like a monkey. Most definitely. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. And if you're a gambler, make sure you check out the BetQL network. It's available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website and on over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is Wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night betting angles throughout the day. Insights from local and national experts. Entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on Odyssey.
Can I give BetQL a shout out? Another shout out?
Oh dear, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything, but I was researching, doing some things. And BetQL on Thursday, their 5-star bet, their 5-star prop bet was Chris Middleton under 25.5 points. They killed that.
Yeah, they did.
They bodied that.
Yeah, that's big time. That's big time work.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mostly because I thought the Bucks would win, and I was like, nah, I think they're gonna win, and they're gonna win. It's gonna be more than 25 points for Chris Middleton. So I don't know, but it was a 5-star from BetQL, and they hit it spot on.
Speaking of best in the game, let's bring in Jill Adge, the host of the Hoopball podcast. Available wherever you get podcasts from, when her stupid co-host actually carves out some time to do a podcast with her.
A co-host that isn't doing podcast. Is this your former co-host?
No, this is not fact. No. I
wish it would come back. I wish it didn't go away.
I see what you're doing right there, and it's not the same thing. So I got rid of every podcast I have with the exception, and I only keep the Hoopball podcast because I like talking to Jill. And Jill smartens me up a little bit, like she did here in the chat. Hi, Jill.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Jill?
Yo, so we were talking about Buddy. Can you explain this to us? Explain this to us like we're 5. So Buddy's cap hit went up because he hit his incentives?
Yeah. So when he signed his contract, it was 86, 84. Something like that, but it could reach, up to, I think it was 94,000. Okay, yeah, so 85 million was guaranteed. It could reach up to 94 million. Well, the only way it could reach up to that is by him getting incentives. So on a contract, when they build it like that, you have likely incentives, and then you have unlikely incentives. So on his, there was 8 million in likely incentives and 12 million in unlikely. So he actually hit on one of the unlikely incentives this year, which now increases his cap hit. So it's kind of dead money that the Kings can't use. I mean, it's not a huge amount. It's $500,000. But yeah, it essentially just increased his salary $600,000 for the year, and this is a cap hit, which hits on the Kings.
What was the incentive?
He was top 10 in 3-point shooting, which was a likely one, and then he hit on the under 2 turnovers a game. He didn't want to shoot free throws because he was above 85%, which was also another unlikely incentive.
Yeah.
He got to the free throw line, missed, and it killed his incentive on that. And so that was why he was trying not to go to the line, even though he ended up going to the line and then missing.
I think James Ham had told us
2 of those.
he didn't go to the free throw line for like 3 straight games or something like that.
Why?
The most,
He did and missed.
That's crazy.
bruh, the most, oh my gosh, the most free throws Buddy took in a game. Any guesses from anyone?
I'll go with 5.
Jill?
I would say 2.
Okay. Well, it's 6. The most free throws he took in a game was 6, and he played 71 games in 33 of them. He did not shoot a single free throw.
Come on, man. That's a shooting guard.
In 33 games this season, he did not shoot a single free throw.
Yeah, that's not good.
So
It's not good.
he also gets incentives if the Kings get to the playoffs, if they advance in the playoffs, if he makes an all-star game, etc. Those just have not come to fruition, which is interesting because those are actually under unlikely incentives.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Here-
The playoffs is under unlikely incentives.
wow.
Faith in your God's body.
Goodness gracious.
Can't do it.
Thank you, Jelly. We appreciate it. Thanks for hipping us to that.
Jill.
Oh man, I
That's
love that.
crazy.
In the unlikely event that this team makes the playoffs, buddy, you're gonna get a bonus. Imagine that.
Oh man, come on, man.
What a footnote on this Friday. An unlikely incentive in Buddy's contract is if his team actually gets to the playoffs.
That's crazy.
I knew his free throw thing was bad. I didn't realize it was this bad. Like 33 games where he doesn't go to the foul line at all.
That can't happen, man. That can't happen. And if you probably can do it quicker than I can. Let's just take any, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a random 2 guard to take. I don't want to go crazy like Devin Booker. Like obviously Devin Booker's, but I mean, maybe let's just go CJ McCollum. Can you see what CJ McCollum's free throw situation is looking like?
Efforting at this moment. Please talk amongst yourselves as I pull up the game logs from 2021. And I hit this little button here. All right. CJ McCollum, the most free throws he took in a game were 8.
It's not that much higher than 6.
Okay, so this gets so CJ only played in 47 games versus Buddy playing in 71, and he didn't shoot free throws in 8 of those, and he only shot 1 free throw in about 5 of them. That's CJ's numbers.
So in about 13 games, if I'm just doing
1 or under.
Reckless math, you double that up to 13 plus, or excuse me, times 2. We're looking at 26.
Dulo and
Compared to
KC,
Buddy.
where we do math and experience earthquakes together.
Compared to Buddy. How many times? 33 times he didn't shoot a free throw
33
at all?
times. Yeah, he didn't shoot a free throw at all.
Mm.
And he shot 1 10 times.
Wow. Damn. So we're using the CJ and the CJ math here. That's 42 times Buddy shot 1 or fewer.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot. That's half
Yeah,
your
man.
season.
Yeah.
In this
Holy
case, more
smokes,
than
man. Yeah. That's something. Maybe shooting guards don't get to the line as much as we thought.
Okay, now I'll go with the highest extreme, and I know this guy's going to be. Maybe this is unfair.
Okay.
What is Devin Booker?
Okay. I figured that's who we were going to say. Devin Booker gets to the Talk amongst yourselves. Got to pull up the game law. Don't mind me.
So,
This is
scary.
Oh no! Stop it. Never mind. Don't talk amongst yourselves. The most free throw attempts see, look at this. The most free throw attempts and you're right. This is definitely the other side of the spectrum here.
Yeah.
14. As a matter of fact, he shot double-digit free throws 10 times this season. Neither of the other two guards that we mentioned did. He did not. Now, he missed 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
So he played 67. He didn't shoot free throws any at all in 2 of them.
Mm.
He shot 1 free throw once.
Yeah. Trying to think of enough. Okay.
In those games that he didn't shoot any free throws, he scored 12 and 8.
Damn.
He was 5 of 21 in one of those games.
Damn.
So,
I don't know if there's anybody really comparable, because then I could say Paul George.
I don't think there's
Leonard.
anyone comparable to Buddy. Like, Will ran those numbers for us. Our statistician, Will Z, ran those numbers for us earlier in the year. And he was statistically the worst starting 2-guard in the league. Let's get to our man, Stefan, here. 916-349-1320. Stefan, what's good, baby?
You know what, man? I've been a Chiefs fan for a minute. I was just watching this movie a couple of days ago, and I thought to myself, that is us. This is who we are. We are the Cleveland Indians from Major League. Straight up. I feel like this dude with the drums way out there in the stands. I got nothing good to say, but I'm still rooting and cheering, but got nothing really happy to say about my team.
I just got to blow it.
I'm feeling like this, man. We consistently ended up at the bottom of the barrel. Consistently make the worst mistakes we possibly can to make a losing team. But our fans are so rabid and we want to win so bad because that's the Sacramento spirit that we still cheer on. We still hope for the best.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do the same thing next year. I'm gonna cheer and I'm gonna hope for the best.
absolutely.
Ooh, Lord.
Hey, Steph, remember your blood pressure.
But it just blows me away because I was just arguing with my friend. Look, us, Phoenix, Atlanta, we were all at the bottom of the barrel at the same time, and everybody was sitting down there talking trash, had their nose up in the air. And at the same exact time, he didn't say one move that changed everything that we should have made, but we didn't. Whatever way, we obviously got Star Wars, but we're not making the right move. I mean, it hurts to watch. I'm glad things winning, but we're not. In my lifetime as a Kings fan, I've watched the Warriors win a championship, and I'm going to watch Kings win a championship, and we all suck at the same time.
Yeah. You're spot on, Stefan, man. And I understand your frustration.
Appreciate you, Steph. That's some pain coming from brother right there.
It is pretty frustrating. It's like, man, why can't that happen to us? Why can't that happen for us? You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, some of it is like, the people are just making the wrong decisions, making bad hires, bad firings, bad picks or whatever. But then you get into stuff like, and I think this will change soon. Mm-hmm. But you get into stuff like the redrafts that we've done. Mm-hmm. And we're about 4 or 5. We still haven't selected an all-star.
Doing one today.
Like every time, for no apparent reason, the Kings are like just outside where the all-stars are.
Every time.
And that's the crazy thing, because that one's like no fault of anybody's. It's just dumb, bad
It's not
luck.
bad drafting. It's just like we're drafting with hindsight, like and we still can't land an all-star.
We know what's going to happen. We know the results of these players, and we still can't get to the point where we get an all-star.
Today going to be interesting. Jesse and I were talking about this before the show. There's a possibility, and we're going to work this out at 320. There's a possibility we actually draft a king, or a former king. But a king nonetheless. It's a king that everybody's really, really happy for. It's possible. We're gonna work through it. But he's gonna be in the conversation around that draft pick.
Oh boy. Okay.
Which would continue the redraft streak of not being able to draft an
I get an
all-star.
all-star. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But what, like Stefan said, I'm still gonna be here. I'm still gonna be here.
You're still standing?
Oh,
You're still standing?
well,
Still standing. I'm still strong.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge.
I say that I'm still standing. I'm still strong, and the people look around me like this.
Boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
That's what they think about us, man. Circus clowns. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Shout out to our man, Jack Cooley. The 800th subscriber here on the ESPN 1320 feed. Make sure that you're following us over there on YouTube. Make sure that you got us on the Odyssey app. Make sure that you got us everywhere. If you weren't watching yesterday, you might have missed our reaction to the little earthquake that happened.
I was about to say, I guess we were on the news yesterday. I had no idea. My aunt hit me up like, I just saw you on the news. I was like, what'd I do? What?
Yeah. Kenny was like, oh, that's no good. He was Carl Lewis here. Yes, our good friend Sarah Hodges called almost right after the show ended. And John, being on top of these videos pretty quickly, had put a video of our immediate reaction on social media. And she called and asked if she could use it. It was like, what do you mean? Like, of course you can use it. Mm-hmm. And she was like, hey, are you still at the studio? Are you still like in front of your computer? Can you talk to us for a minute? I'm like, really? Sure. So like they played the video, and they played the video all through, the evening. But yeah, I guess here's the true story of that moment when the earthquake. I said this to our man Tony, and I said this to Sarah yesterday on CBS as well. Had you not said something, I probably would have thought, yo, like I can't go another show without eating. Like this is bad. Like there's something wrong. Like my Michael Scott Funko Pop like almost fell off the top of the desk. I have this what do they call them? A shadow box that has the metals that I ran in, and I started hearing them hit the glass. It's like, yo, show's almost over. Just you got to get some food. You got to do better than this. You got to be smarter. And then and then thankfully you said, because I was legitimately feeling, I feel the ground move beneath my feet. I'm in bad shape. Like something wrong with me.
I was late as you can see, I was late because I have this table that I'm at, this table in the middle of my room, and sometimes put my hand on it, and for people that are watching on YouTube and Twitch and all that other stuff, when I put my hand on it, it shakes sometimes. So I did that for whatever reason, and I was like, that's what happened. And then this mic that, as you see, as I hit the table, the mic don't move. The mic stays the same. I hit the table, and the mic started going back and forth. And I looked around, and I saw you looking like, I was like, we having an earthquake?
Look like Adam Gase in that introductory press conference. Like, hey, what is this? Looking at like, what? I was legit like, what the hell is below me? Like the door was shut, so I knew the dogs weren't in here. Like, yo, and then I don't know about you, and I know, hey, we're happy everybody's safe. It didn't appear to be a big deal. And for some reason, I think I had put a graphic up. Maybe I didn't have the chat screen in front of me, and I'm looking around like, yo, that's a really weird sensation. And you reacted, and I went back and saw everybody in the chat was reacting like, yo, what is going on? Like, what's happening right now? So I'm just happy we got to experience our first natural disaster together.
Okay, well, that needs to be the end.
Yeah, that's I'm going. Yeah, last one.
That's it. We don't need to do that as a family anymore.
No, we just like I said, we checked the box.
Check the box.
We're good. We can move forward. We can move forward.
That was crazy. And then I know he posted it. Shout out to John. And then somebody mentioned like, yo, I would have been like Damian freaking out. And then John goes, well, Kenny stayed in SoCal, so that's probably why he was chill and calm about it. No, you never get used to it. I was pretty much frozen. That's essentially kind of what happened. I was kind of frozen. He was either that or run out the house.
What I found is, and this seemed to be because it started a lengthy thread on social media, that if you were sitting, you probably felt it easier. But like if you were like outside, I know we had some people hit us up, like someone was at a gas station and they felt it.
Crispy Crunchy.
I don't know. Crispy Crunchy, I heard, is quite popular. Crispy Crunchy is quite popular amongst radio stations here in Sacramento. Seemingly out of nowhere. Shout out to our man Kyle in Elk Grove. Appreciate you, man. Great stuff out there. Ain't never heard anybody post something about Crispy Crunchy, and then all of a sudden, oh, there it is. So shout out to the folks listening and watching who are pretending like they're not listening and watching. We love y'all. We know you got burner accounts too. Thank you for the view and the thumbs up. We appreciate you. But yeah, there were some people out and about. I didn't feel anything. What I noticed is everybody who was like working or working from home or was kind of in a stationary position, they were like, yeah, I felt that.
Yeah.
And I legit felt it on my feet. That's where I felt it.
Oof.
Like I felt like this movement on my feet. Like that's somebody slipped me something. Because I shoot, Kenny and I downed a bottle of bamboo cream one night, and I didn't feel like this. I didn't feel no wave beneath my legs.
Yeah, man. I'm just
glad.
It's not doing no more.
I'm just glad it wasn't something else, because I think you brought this up. Like, if we felt it, that means it was really, really bad somewhere. And obviously, I can't speak for you. My first thought goes to the Bay Area.
Always, yeah.
And I'm thinking we've been through. We talked about the '89. We've been through those where you could feel it, or you could really, like in '89's case, I could see it. Like I could see stuff swaying and moving. I've never felt anything like that before. And when once it finally subsided, and I felt like the earthquake lasted like 25 minutes. Lasted a couple of seconds.
When is this gonna stop?
Yeah, it's been 10 seconds, man. Shut up. But the first thought was, oh, wait a minute, this could have been really bad. And all of the reporters here in the chat house were sharing, what was going on in Stockton, some of the other places. I did not pull up San Andreas though last night. I did not watch that rock movie.
No, and you know how I like those movies, but
you are a disaster movie guy.
I do. I am.
You're definitely.
I watched Escape from LA like a couple weeks ago.
You mentioned.
I think after I left your house that night, I came home and Escape from LA was on. That movie is so terrible, but I watched it.
Dude, you left my house at like 1:30.
Yeah, I came home and turned the TV on. Escape from LA was on.
Bro, you and I are built different. You and I are. I can't stress that enough.
Saturday.
It was still 1:30.
Yeah, I had about an hour and a half left in me.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word Harbor to 72881.
Yeah.
That's Harbor to 72881. That's HARBOR. Text Harbor.
Oh, now you want to be a great speller.
Oh, I have it in front of me. Yesterday I wasn't cheating. That's why I got everything wrong. Text Harbor to 72881, and thank you to Jesse for putting that on social media as well. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, do not, under any circumstances, text and drive. One more opportunity for you to win here today. One more opportunity for you to win here this week. I've mentioned Spencer
for this week. When is the contest?
Yeah, it's Friday. I think we have next week, and that's a wrap.
Okay. I thought we had another week. I thought you were. Yeah, we're good. Yeah,
we've got one more opportunity for you. Today. Then we'll head into the weekend.
Listen correctly and followed the instructions. I would have understood what you were saying.
And then, it's fine, because then we'll just come back next week and say the same 4 or 5 words that we've been saying for the last 5 weeks over and over again. And hopefully you guys win some money.
Hopefully. And then let me hold $1 when you win the money.
I need someone in the chat house to get that bread. Get that bread. I want to tell you what Spencer Dinwiddie said, because I know that's your guy. It's the only reason I'm bringing this up, and I don't know what you could do with this. Spencer Dinwiddie told Howard Beck, for all the fans that think because I opted out, like I have to leave or something like that. No, this is very much in the Nets' hands. You feel me? And I think my full max is 5 years, $196 million or something like that. And nobody's sitting here saying I'm going to get 5 years, $196 million. So before anybody tries to kill me, nobody is saying that. But the Nets have the ability to do something other people can't. If the Nets come to the table like being aggressive and saying, hey, we got 5 years, $125 million for you. I'd say there's a high likelihood that I'd go back to the Nets. But if they don't come to the table like that and they're like, oh, we're going to give you 3 for 60, well, anybody could do that. I would like to discuss this further with you, because you had Spencer Dinwiddie playing you had an idea about Spencer Dinwiddie playing at the Golden One Center next year. Yeah. And I think you had some insight onto this particular topic as well. So I want to get your reaction to that. We got the redraft coming up for 2014 at 3:20. We'll talk more about the Suns. We'll talk more about your Kings. Spencer Dinwiddie on the Kings? ? I'm not sure, but the 13th round begins now on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And we're back with more on the Odyssey app and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ding, ding. 13th round. And I wanted to talk possibly about some of the things going on this weekend. We got Jojo Diaz. He's fighting, and making a title defense and all this other stuff. But please, it's got to be Tyson Fury. And I called him a clown yesterday. I'm going to continue to call him a clown. And the more I read about this, the more I hear about it, somebody's lying. That's what I will say. Somebody is lying. Whether it's Tyson Fury lied to Bob Arum, saying that he got both shots. Whether it's Bob Arum, who had no idea if they had gotten shots at all and just spouted it out there. Or, and this is the one that gets me. I'm not, look, if my man G Funky's in here, he's not going to like this. Or the fact that Tyson Fury has COVID at all. And I don't think you can rule that out. Number one, you can't rule out anything that's going on with Tyson Fury and Bob Arum. These are habitual liars, habitual con artists. They've done it for their entire career. Tyson Fury has never defended a title that he's won, and he's always had some type of reasoning to get out of it. He's a known cheat. You know what I mean? There is no reason, and I said that on the round table yesterday, there's no reason why Tyson Fury deserves the benefit of the doubt at all. If I want to say he might not have COVID, he might be lying, I'd be completely justified, because the guy's a known liar and a con artist. But the thing that made me really think about that is reports have it that Tyson Fury is headed back to England and will come back to the U.S. when the fight is finalized for training camp. You guys tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing something. How is he flying back if he has COVID right now? That ain't supposed to happen. What? I could be wrong. Shouldn't there be a quarantine period, where he's got a quarantine and then he can travel, then he can go back into his country? How he just flying right now? He got COVID. That don't add up. It's the same stuff that didn't add up when they said Teofimo Lopez had COVID and all of a sudden he out in Italy. I'm just saying. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm also tell you this. People saying, Tyson Fury scared of Deontay Wilder, whatever the case may be. That could possibly be the case. Possibly. But more than being scared, I don't think he's ready for the fight. Rumor has it he was getting beat up in camp. He had a bunch of bruises and stuff on his face, like he had been getting beat up in camp. We had seen the videos where Tyson Fury, he don't have an Anthony Joshua body, but he looked completely fat and out of shape, looked over 300 pounds. he wasn't ready to fight. And that's part of the reason I was hoping Deontay would get him in the ring, because he didn't look ready to fight at all. But I don't think he's ready for the fight. And I said that before training camp. I said he's not ready to fight. He is not mentally in a space to defend his title. One way or another, whether it was his negligence or a conspiracy. He got away. He got out of it. Will he fight Deontay Wilder? I don't even know. But I will say this. WBC needs to strip him of his belt. He don't need to be the champ no more. And Deontay Wilder probably needs to sue his ass. That's that. Going through the chats, people are saying he could have got on a private jet. Once again, you have COVID. Why are you bringing it into the country? Regardless of if the airlines let him through or not, you have tested positive for COVID. England just going to let him back in the country with COVID? Like, that's okay? 13th round.
It's the most popular part of the show. Absolutely. On the Odyssey app, you can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out Troy Hughes Stadium Anthems. Get amped for the big game with the best tracks from rock and more. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. I'm going to get in on the phone lines. You can. 916-349-1320. Let's check in with our man Mitch, New Jersey. Mitch, what's good?
What's good?
How do guys all set for Friday?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, you good? Hey, you good? Crazy, man. You getting some of that?
Oh, I ain't getting any floods, but I heard the rain. And I didn't get all my beauty sleep last night, that's for sure.
That's all right. You're beautiful enough, Mitch.
Hey, these finals been pretty good. Devin, they book anymore. He's the next Kobe, I think. And none of the fans can't get hurt. I think they better win this series in 5 tops. Well,
5 tops? Why? Why?
I don't know. Who knows? They will start. He's gone. So he comes. I think somebody's trying to call me. My boss.
Okay, well, talk to your boss, Mitch. Talk to your boss.
Shout out, Mitch.
It's
man.
always an adventure, man. That's our guy. You never know. Mitch. You take the call from your wife. You take the call from your boss.
Absolutely, every time.
Murph knows you gotta take the call from your wife every time. Let's bring our man Murph in. I think Murph. I don't know if Murph is in Vegas or he's in San Diego. What's up, Murph?
I'm on the beach, man, hanging out with my in-laws. 5 minutes too long, so I stepped away and act like, because I don't got a job, they don't know that. I told them I'm taking a call from my boss right now, so I walked away. Hey, I can't hear you guys too much. I don't want to waste your time, but I saw this article by The Athletic where they're mentioning something about the Spurs possibly, having DeJounte Murray and Derek White available. Now, is that something you think that could be possible with the 9, and obviously package it with, obviously Bagley's like a cute, name out there to throw out there all the time. But I'm just wondering what you guys would a DeJounte Murray or a Derek White be interested for you guys personally for number 9?
I like DeJounte Murray. I like Derek White. Number 9, I don't know, because if you're getting somebody like Moses Moody, I think Moses Moody has the potential to be better than both of those guys. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're getting a Chrisford or Franz Wagner, maybe you can talk to me. But I'm just saying, with if Moody's there, hell, Jalen Johnson's there, hell, if Keon Johnson is there, I think you keep the pick.
Man, boy, yeah, appreciate you, Murph, by the way.
Yeah, shout out, Murph.
Enjoy your time at the beach, my man. Boy, you be flip-flopping all over this draft. You went from we got to trade the pick. I think we got to keep the pick. First of all, the day the show started, we were getting ready for last year's draft.
Yeah.
This isn't even the slightest exaggeration. We were getting ready for last year's draft, the Tyrese Halliburton draft. And KC was going on and on and on and on about this draft. And then as the season went along, ain't nobody going to trade next year's draft. Ain't nobody going to trade next year's draft. The season goes along, you go, you got to trade out of this draft. You finish in that 8, 9, 10 range. You got to get out of that 19, pick. Yeah. Now you're talking about Keon Johnson. I think a week ago you didn't even like Keon Johnson.
No, I like Keon Johnson. I brought Keon Johnson up. Before
Okay.
the mocks.
Yeah, I was gonna say he ain't hit the mock yet though. He
Yeah,
ain't hit the
he
Kenny
didn't hit the
Caraway
mock,
mock.
but he was
The other
Jalen
Johnson did.
out of
Jalen did.
Tennessee. I say, yo, I'm interested. Now,
Okay.
here's the deal.
And he's the project that we were talking about. Like,
He's a
if-
project.
I don't remember who wrote that. I think it was Jonathan Giovanni who wrote it, or Giovanni wrote it. Oh, if you're willing to, you got the right team that'll let him, develop over time. Like,
Yeah.
that ain't it.
So what happened for me with trading this pick is it has to be that, like, I'm not going to just trade the pick for anything. I will trade the pick for an all-star or possible all-star in a heartbeat, right? Siakam obviously made the all-star team. Sabonis made the all-star team, so they're literal all-stars, but they're not all-stars in the sense of Kawhi Leonard or nothing like that. But I would trade the pick in a heartbeat for those guys. I just don't see those guys being available. So I'm not going to trade number 9 just to trade number 9. And I feel like that's what you would be doing with DeJounte Murray. And especially if you're trading with a guy like Moses Moody still on the board, where Moses Moody, there's a lot of people that think he might be one of the best players, if not the best. Well, not Cade Cunningham, but after you get past the top 5, the best guy left in the draft. So if I'm trading 9, once again, I'm not trading it just to trade it. That's kind of where I come from with it. It's got to be like,
You have
all right, this is
specific.
worth it.
Okay.
Yeah. Derek White, DeJounte Murray, that's not enough. Good ball players. I like DeJounte. I like them both. Like,
Yeah.
they're good ball players, but I wouldn't trade 9 for them.
DeJounte Murray got to have a little bit, like, some concerns about, though, at this point, right? Health-wise.
Yeah, health-wise, but I think
I'm not questioning whether he's good or not.
he was healthy last year, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't think so.
I could-
Was he healthy for the whole season?
I could be wrong. I feel like he was around, though.
I'd still have. Okay, how do you spell DeJounte?
Oh, that's easy. DeJonte.
No, you forgot the U.
Where's the U at?
Well, it's OU.
OU. There
See,
you go.
there it
Yeah,
is.
man.
There it is.
DeJounte
Okay,
Murray
he
played
did. I'm sorry. Yeah, he did. My bad.
I mean, he's coming off missing a whole year, though,
Yeah, I got you.
for the ACL. So, do you still have that free throw thing up? Shooting
Well,
guard?
I have basketball reference up. Sure. What do you need?
DeMar DeRozan.
Okay.
What's his little free throw situation looking like?
DeMar.
He's also a little
DeRozan.
different because he exclusively takes 2s. He doesn't take any 3s. How did I
All
forget
right.
the U on DeJounte? That's a
All
bad
right,
job by me.
Shameful.
Jalen would be so disappointed in me.
All right. No, not DeJounte Murray. We're doing DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan. Let's check free throw attempts. Oh, he got to the free throw line. Let's see. 15 times DeMar DeRozan shot double-digit free throws. The most he shot in a game. He went 16 of 19 versus Boston. And he went, let's see, he played in 61 games. In 3 of them, he shot 0 free throws. And in 1 of them, he shot 1.
That's what the hell I'm talking about. Got to get to the line.
And he shot 88% when he got there.
That's
And you're
what I'm
right.
talking
Like he's the most threes he took in a game was 6. That was once. He never took more than 4, and he only did that 3 times. Like, this was a guy who knew what he did well and stuck to it.
Would you okay, here's a question for you.
Okay.
Here's a question.
Okay.
Would you, and we're going to get back to your guy who I talked about, this could be a possibility before.
Mhm.
Would you sign and trade Buddy Hield in the number 9 for DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah. Absolutely. But what do you like? DeMar's got to sign.
DeMar signs a contract
Okay,
with San
yeah.
Antonio.
I got you. Yeah, okay. I was like that. Like, wait a minute. Why? I got you. DeMar has to
And,
sign.
and
Yeah.
when you do that, obviously that allows the player that the Kings will be getting to get his money.
Get right.
He gets the most money with the team. that he's with.
So the good and the bad. I think DeMar DeRozan's There's your all-star.
Mm-hmm.
Very good player. But that's big money. Like big money.
It's big money.
If you're doing sign and trade, like that's how you're doing it. Like it's big money. You're not signing trading him for, 3 years. What the Spencer Dinwiddie contract we were talking about a minute ago. 3 years and what did he say? 3 years and 60 as if that's I gotta feed my family. You're not doing it with that. Like you're not doing a sign and trade with that.
No,
like DeMar DeRozan's not like, hey, give me to Sacramento. I don't see that happening. So it would be for. Are you willing to take that money back? Kings fans, are you willing to take that money back if it's a deal for DeMar DeRozan?
A lot of them are saying no right now.
Wow, they really are
about us because Marcus was in here pretty quick. I don't think he's talking about what I just said, but he says yes. Leezy says hell no. He says DeRozan is washed. Did you miss the play-in game? No, I didn't.
Yeah, the Kings did though. Chill out, Leezy.
And then Jeffrey says no.
He hit one in all caps. No.
Says adding the number 9 for DeRozan is a little steep for me.
DeMar DeRozan is not washed, by the way. That's cap.
I don't think he's raw. So he averaged 20-something points a game last year.
That's a hell of a washed player.
Yeah, 21.6 a night and 7 assists a night.
Called him washed? What are we talking about? You know what? And here's what I'll ask. Like Bryce says, no thanks. Here's what I'll ask, Jeff. Here's what I'll ask anyone who's listening and kind of shaking their head, going, "Nah, that ain't it." What makes the Kings better? This is, and I'm pausing not because I'm gonna hit him with this answer. No, I'm legitimately asking you. What makes the team better? What makes the Sacramento Kings better? What would you want to do? Like if you were in charge of the Sacramento Kings, what would you do? Because we've hit you with DeMar DeRozan and you hit the all caps no. We've thrown out different ideas for different players and it's like no. Okay, who? Would you telling me we just gonna run with Chemezi Metu and Louis the King and like, hey, playoffs, here we come? I mean, and those are our guys. They're gonna be a part of the puzzle here, but what do y'all want to do?
The crazy thing about it is, at least for two guys, like a lot of Kings fans have said no, hell no to teams that are trying to make the finals would be like yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like right. As much as we aren't feeling Kevin Love, like Brooklyn would take Kevin Love.
But Brooklyn's also taking Kevin Love for $10.
They are taking him for $10. I think if it worked out trade wise and financially, I think they would take him for the contract that he has.
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
For the $60 million?
I think so. I think if it worked out and they could keep the team,
they are in the stuff. They're in like repeaters tax.
Yeah, like they can't do it. Like they can't. But my point is, if they could, like how Kings fans are saying, like, no, I wouldn't do that. They could financially make it happen.
Like he'd rehab himself in Brooklyn. Like he's going to go for 20 a game in Tokyo, and it's all of a sudden like, oh, okay, he's going for 20 and 20 in Tokyo. Like he's still going to be a Banana Republic model Kevin Love, but he's going to be playing like chubby Kevin Love.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think they would take him for that money. So like, there's guys like that. Yeah, man. I don't know exactly what they want or what they're expecting, Kings fans. Like I already told you guys, you're going to get a player reward if you get anybody, right? If you make a trade, it's going to be somebody where there's going to be like, hesitation here and there.
I don't think DeMar got any.
I don't think.
I guess it would be the contract.
The contract would be the ward for the age.
Because if you did a sign and trade, he'd be getting a hefty contract. Mm-hmm, that would be it. Yeah, I'll take that. What is DeMar DeRozan's age?
They say he's 31, about to be 32. That's what Rich says.
Okay.
He can play at a pretty good level till he's about
3 more years.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe if he signed a 4-year deal, maybe the last year and a half, he's not gonna be worth it, so to speak. But if you got to the playoffs in those 2 previous years, who the hell cares?
Yeah. Did you see this Jalen Lewis story, by the way? Jalen Lewis, the number 2 basketball prospect in ESPN's class of 2023. Not going to Kentucky, not going to Duke, UCLA, Michigan. As a matter of fact, 2023, the young man's 16 years old. He just signed a deal with Overtime Elite. And the report from Shams is it's $1 million deal.
Damn. Overtime Elite, are they doing like a charter school thing?
Overtime, they're the
Instagram thing, right?
They're the league that was funded by, in part by, I think Baron Davis is behind it. KD is behind it. It was like a new, like this is new. And I don't know if this is I don't think that this is their first player, but it's their biggest. It's by far their biggest. And I know Kevin Ollie is a part of this. Like we talked about this extensively. I think Brandon Williams is a part of this too. Yeah,
Brandon Williams. Like you said, Kevin Ollie, Jay Williams, Carmelo.
Carmelo, there you go.
Avery Johnson is on here.
Okay.
Yeah. We got some heavy hitters.
That's this is a needle mover.
It's so
you look skeptical. Talk to me.
No, I'm happy for the young man, especially getting paid overtime. They have. I want to dive into this a little bit more, and see what exactly they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Here's the things that I look at, and I think about if I had a son. Well, not if I had a son, but if I had a son in that situation, right?
Wow.
Wow. It doesn't wake up till 11 o'clock. It's half the morning. No, I don't have a son.
Leave a man alone. It's summertime. Let him do his thing.
We're going to end all that next week. He went to basketball camp this week, so I gave him a day because he had been up at 7 o'clock for the last 3 or 4 days.
7 o'clock. How do you do it?
Yeah, so I gave him a day. We ended all that next week, all right? Ain't no 11 o'clock out here, even though I used to sleep till 12 when I was a kid.
Right. Yeah, when you were a kid.
Nah, I don't do it no more, man. I don't sleep past like maybe 10 o'clock. Maybe.
I can't even venture a guess the last time that's happened.
Yeah. It's usually no later than like 8:30 now. That's crazy for me. But anyway, if I had a son in that position, if Reese ends up being in that position.
Okay. More properly worded.
Yeah. So the money is dope. I really feel,
and it is. I double checked to make sure I was right. It's $1 million contract.
That's big time.
It's a multi-year deal worth more than $1 million. So it's not like 1 year $1 million. It's a multi-year deal worth more than $1 million.
So I think about like this, and this is something that I've always talked about. You can go overseas and do like what Brandon Jennings did and LaMelo, and you do all that, and you can now the G League Ignite. That's a little different. That's a little better. But there's a certain stage that the NCAA provides you, and that can lead to different things. Like if you are performing on that stage, and Nike gets you more familiar with the general public, makes you a bigger star. McDonald's or whoever, Vitamin Water, whoever you're dealing with, you're already an established star for the general public, which means you're easier to sell, which boosts the price has gone up for your advertisement, right? If they can't get Overtime Elite on TV, on a platform that these people like yourself and me can get familiar with these kids, especially now with the NIL going on, I don't know if I would make that move. I think I'd have them go to college.
So your concern is national exposure?
Yeah.
Because okay.
So if I'm Arch, and I know it's a different sport, but let's just say if I'm Mikey Williams, that's the guy we always talking about, or Bronny. Bronny's a little different. Bronny can go to overseas elite.
So,
right?
but before you continue, Overtime's elite. You're right that the Instagram thing, like they're on IG, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube.
So that's where it originated from. Originated from Overtime, the Instagram
Right.
Right. Got you.
So that's where that's your platform.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're 16, 17, 18 years old, that's the platform you need. It's like we were talking about with the name, image, and likeness thing. We were talking about players that have we were talking about high school players that have 2-3 million followers already.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what this is. This is their wheelhouse.
That's a good point. So it's like, here's the thing about that. And I have these discussions with boxing people all the time, right? And maybe I'm just old school and I don't know. I'd like for people to tell me if I'm wrong or not. But with a boxer like Gervonta, you know what I mean, or the Charlo twins, I'm in that world. I know who they are, right? They're huge stars because I'm in that world. I know who they are. Damien, you, without me telling you, don't know no Gervonta. You don't know no Charlos. And even more so, your mom and your sister, they sure as hell don't know Gervonta or Charlos.
They do not.
Right? But so in this particular case, you got a Mikey Williams or the young man James. If you're in the basketball world like myself and to you like yourself as well, you've heard of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
But general public, they don't know who they are. But if they're playing in an NCAA tournament where you got 20, 30 million viewers watching, then that's where you establish your brand. But my
disagree.
The response to that is they already got millions of viewers. They already got millions of people looking at them. So does it even matter if they don't have the general public?
I think we are, it's kind of the old school, new school mentality is we still, like an old school state of mind, is we overvalue like television ratings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you hear us every day. How many times? Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320.
Mm-hmm.
Once an hour, we'll mention, oh yeah, by the way, we're on 1320 AM. We are a radio show.
Right.
It's a different way, like it's an evolved way of thinking. Television ratings are the same way. Hey, how many people, this is a conversation right now. I think Deuce brought it up yesterday, and I looked up the numbers for the first time. The NBA finals right now compared to 2019. And what you see is the NBA finals viewership is down in major markets. It's down in like New York, in Chicago. It's down. I think in New York, it was down like 56%. From 2019. It was a really monster number, which brings down the overall total. But we get, so you just mentioned the NCAA tournament with 20-30 million viewers on it. Yeah, like cool, but it's also being run on Bleacher Report, right? You're also getting the push notifications on Bleacher Report. You're also getting push notifications, or you're also getting posts from House of Highlights, and you're getting posts from all of these different entities. And that's how you communicate with people in the age of Overtime Elite, the 16 and 17-year-olds. And Nike now, in Vitamin Water and all of these different businesses, they're gravitating towards that rather than, oh, this kid made his name at Duke, where at least for another year, Coach K is the star. Like this year, I don't know who's on Duke this year, but I know it don't matter because the star for the remainder of this season is Mike Krzyzewski. No T in his name. Mike Krzyzewski. Coach K, he's the star. The rocking chairs, the Rolexes, the retirement, the speeches, all of that different stuff everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
But if you want to focus in on a base, if you're Nike and you're like, yo, everything we do is geared towards young people. If we're Apple, our target demo is young. We're going to social media. We're going to a channel that has 2, 3, 4, 5 million people following it. That's where we're going to. I see the overtime, according to Wikipedia, which is never wrong, 50 million followers across their social media platforms, 1.7 billion views.
Wow.
You ain't getting that in an NCAA tournament.
Not at all.
You ain't getting that on television.
Not at all.
You get that stuff on social media.
Well, that's a good point. So, I mean, I hope I'm all for these young kids having different avenues and different options. You guys could probably tell by my TV packages. I'm all about options.
Yeah.
I may not use them. I may not watch them.
May not use none of them.
But I want the option to be able to do whatever I want to do. Right. So Same thing here. Like, I want them to have the opportunity to say, I either want to go to college, I want to go to overseas elite, I want to go to G League Ignite, I want to go overseas literally. I want the options. And for so long, they didn't have any options. It was like, you got to go to college. Or if they try to defy the odds and go to do the Brandon Jennings route, you had to go over to Spain and, some 18-year-old kid over in Spain for a year, like, give these kids the opportunity to have different options. And that's what things like the G League Ignite and overseas elite is creating. So that's dope. And they can get paid. They can compensate it everywhere they go now.
Options are good, right? The options are good for the athlete. They're good for the consumer. And of course, the NCAA is up in arms because before there was never an option.
Right.
It was this way and this way only. And it'll be interesting because there are people who, you hear this again. This is an old school way of thinking. Oh, man, but one and done is ruined basketball. How many times have you heard Charles Barkley say, and proven, I don't even watch basketball anymore. One and done is ruined it. It's made the game worse. It's made these players worse. Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see how this works with now these 16 and 17-year-olds working full time to become a pro basketball player. The ones who are reaping the benefits the most of the NBA. Yeah. Because now the NBA, you've got people training. You got young men training to get to your league. Not pretending to go to school in some people's cases, but going to play. We'll come back. A rumor has been brought to our attention regarding Ben Simmons.
Oh, boy.
Doesn't involve Sacramento, though. I'm curious to get your thoughts on that. Suns take a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals. We'll get back to that. Plus, we are redrafting the 2014 NBA Draft. Will we finally land an all-star on your Sacramento Kings? It's coming up as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right. Exposed turnbuckle going on now.
Yeah, it's the house show. It's the house show. Actually, don't think I have anything wrestling related to say. Nothing wrestling related. I think I mentioned I watched AEW on Wednesday. That wasn't bad. It was entertaining. It's a lie. I didn't watch it for 2 hours. I watched a little bit of it. I know they debuted a bunch of guys. SummerSlam in Vegas is in August. Yep. Yeah, I think I'm going to check into wrestling when the crowds go live. Because I'll be curious. I'm going to be curious what WWE wrestling, because it was cool to watch all Elite Wrestling and see fans there, see the arena packed and all that. Oh, no. Is this true? Oh, this is terrible. Bayley's heel character has been really, really good. I thought she did a fantastic job. With that heel character. That's too bad. What did she do, Patrick? Do you know? I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. Yep. Breaking news. Bayley out of action for 9 months. She sustained an injury while training. Oh, man, that's tough. And she had a Money in the Bank match against Bianca Belair scheduled. That's tough. Ooh, reports are the SummerSlam main event is locked in. I saw John Cena's filming a movie during SummerSlam, so he can't be a part of it. Dave Meltzer reported in the Wrestling Observer that Cena is currently free of his acting. Oh, plot twist. WWE reportedly hopes to have John Cena challenge Roman Reigns for the title at this year's SummerSlam, August 21st. That's in Vegas. One more. I feel like one more ties him with Flair. Maybe it does beat him. Oh, I have to pull it up. Is he 16-time or 15-time? There's a whole bunch of people close. Like Randy Orton's not that far away from 16 either. John Cena. Oh, it doesn't have his number of titles listed here. I feel like maybe you're right. John Cena 16 times. Yep, 16 times. So yeah, one more. Beats Ric Flair. Wow, Cena and Roman, huh? Okay. I don't hate it. I feel like Roman has to win, right? Oh man. That's true. That's true. All right. I don't hate it. I wonder if they're coming to California. Let's see. DC, New York, Boston, Atlanta. No, they're not even leaving the East. North Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina again. PA. Wow, they're really not going anywhere. Pennsylvania, Ohio. Yep. Okay. Well, that's not how we're not seeing a WWE event for a long time. Roman Reigns. I like this. But here's the thing, though. He has to beat The Rock, too. Ooh. We got shows within the shows over there on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. I've kind of faked my way through. I think we're going to call the show the house show, my wrestling show during the commercial break. We've got the 13th round. We've got the house show. I'm going to start preparing for the house show now. It's caught on a little bit. I think we're going to have to do it.
Every time I come back, they talk about scenarios and all this other stuff.
It doesn't have the steam of the 13th round, but we're going to build something up for the wrestling fan.
It's going pretty hot right now. It's going pretty hot.
It's going to take place during the commercial breaks over there on Twitch and YouTube.
For the first time in, I don't know, maybe a month or so, I watched Raw last night. It's terrible.
I can't, wake me up when fans are back, because they've got to up their game. I think they've got to up their game a little bit when fans come back. Just the thing with Raw is I can't watch 3 hours, man.
3 hours.
It's too much.
SmackDown, I can kind of zoom through that. I can make that happen.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That whole extra hours is completely unnecessary. There is at least 3 matches that had no business being on TV. You could take those out 2 hours, you would have a better Raw. Yeah. Why do they keep holding on to that third hour?
I'll tell you exactly why. The USA pays for it. Raw gets
since they did it about 3 hours.
Oh, I hated it. It was terrible. It killed WCW. It was the death of WCW. The third hour, no. And then WWE was like, you know what? God damn it, pal. It worked so well for them. Let's do it too. And everyone was screaming, dude, no. You've got SmackDown. You've got all these other things, man. Please don't do this. No, they did it.
That's the other thing about it. At least at one point, they only had the one show. If you had one show and it was 3 hours, maybe. You got 2 other shows on weekly.
Yeah. It's a lot. They really bank on you having no life. Spend 3 days. Monday, Wednesday. Is it still Wednesday? Oh, they moved it. Is it Monday, Tuesday, and Friday?
Yeah.
Spend 7 hours watching our program. This doesn't count pay-per-views. This doesn't count, perusing the network. This doesn't count watching Table of 3 or Untold or none of that stuff on Peacock. This is just on USA and Fox. Oh, SmackDown on Fox isn't going well.
Like you said, fans though,
I think
it may change because it's been a different viewing experience. They've tried their best. It's not their fault. They have they could, but it's just not the same.
I mean, part of me thinks they've created. I think they've tried to create a look that was appealing, but I also think creatively they've mailed it in. Or the alternate theory is they just suck.
No, that's not out of the realm of possibility.
Those are the 2 theories. Either creatively they have mailed it in and they're waiting for fans to get back, or the wildest part to me, and I really do appreciate some of the same people who wrote the Mega Powers Explode 12 years before Jesse was born are writing TV today.
Yeah.
That doesn't compute.
Yeah.
Like you don't have your it's not the same.
And tell me if I'm wrong here, but those same people don't write for NXT.
Nope. Nope. They should. As a matter of fact, if I remember reading correctly, one person writes for NXT.
Wow.
Rather than a
Shonda
group
Rhimes?
of right. It's some. I've seen some episodes where it's like, man, this Olivia Pope about to come through the curtain with a Money in the Bank briefcase. Oh my God, that's Viola Davis. Not everybody gets these jokes. We're sorry if you don't. Hey, Jesse brought to our attention a potential. There's a rumor out there. I know you like rumors.
Oh yeah, I'm all for it.
You as much as Timex Social Club did. Not to be confused with Club Nouveau. But
shout out Club Nouveau. It's my other buddy.
Aren't they the same people?
No, the one of the singers in Club Nouveau.
Oh, but isn't Club Nouveau and Timex Social Club the same thing?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I just know Club Nouveau.
Lean on me, and why you treat me so bad?
I know why they treat you so bad. They did Lean on Me.
Yeah, the one that was in the movie.
Yeah. Shout out Jay King.
Yeah, they're Sacramento crew. Sacramento
Shout
crew.
out Jay King. That's my guy.
Yeah. Okay. So he was he was the one. He was a part of the Timex Social Club, and he started Club Nouveau. So there's your music history lesson here.
And if you want to bring that to hip hop, I remember Big Boy, and I forgot what song it was. He goes, "This ain't Club Nouveau."
Okay. All right. There you have it. And there's your obscure reference of the day from Kenny Caraway. We're doing
That's how I learned about Club Nouveau first. Is when Big Boy, I think it was the song Damn, 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 Damn. And he goes, "This ain't Club Nouveau." And then I thought, like, for the longest, I was like, "Oh, this ain't Club Nouveau. That must be an Atlanta club." And then
Club Nouveau, Sacramento, baby.
I was like, "Oh," and then I heard there was Sac. I was like, "Well, look at that, Sacramento getting some love from Big Boy." Okay.
Lean on Me was
that was a big. I remember the song. That was a big song.
I understand you're not supposed to say things like this, but me, being my age, appreciated the Club Nouveau version more than the Bill Withers version. I'm not saying one is bad. I'm just saying I like one more than the other. One's got a little bit more New Jack swing to it. That's my sound. I'm a New Jack swing guy. Yeah. I'm New Jack first. I'm hip hop second. It's the way it is. Minnesota,
The Return of the G. That's exactly what the name of the song from Outkast. Good call.
Okay. All right. This is kind of a follow-up on a rumor that popped up a couple of weeks ago. We didn't really spend much time on it, but I did find it interesting as Ben Simmons remains a focal point in conversations. I know there was an article, James Ham wrote about some stuff how the Kings probably don't have the assets to acquire Ben Simmons based on what Philadelphia might be looking for, allegedly would be looking for. But John Krasinski of The Athletic wrote, a lot of discussion from Wolves fans have centered on Ben Simmons. The All-Star flamed out spectacularly in the playoffs for Philadelphia, leading to widespread speculation that Daryl Morey will have to break up the Embiid-Simmons core to try to reconfigure the roster and get over the hump. The Timberwolves pride themselves on getting involved in trade talks, and sources indicate that they will be in on Simmons in addition to a number of other players as they try to vault into playoff contention in the Western Conference. Now, that caught my attention for really just one reason. How are they going to do this?
I don't know. Well, they have some assets. All right, they do have some assets.
They do, but they have assets that you don't want to trade.
Well, there you go. I'm just telling you how they
don't you gotta build around Karl Anthony Towns? I mean, unless you find D'Angelo Russell expandable, which you might.
Would I find him expendable? I don't not like D'Angelo as much as like the basketball hippies do, right? They were like, he's just terrible. He just jacks up shots. Yeah. I think the guy can ball. I love how explosive he can be offensively. I would. The basketball hippies aren't gonna like this either.
Oh,
I wouldn't trade D'Angelo for Ben Simmons. Wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Some people think that's a no-brainer. Like, oh, absolutely, Ben Simmons. You would definitely trade him for D'Angelo. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, so how about this follow-up then? If you're if you're running Minnesota, we'll bring in the Ben Simmons part in a minute. But if you're running Minnesota, don't you almost have to look at it like Daryl Morey in Philadelphia? Like, it doesn't appear to be working here. Or you could convince me of this, which is why I'm going to get ahead of it before you say it.
Mm-hmm.
I said at the beginning of last year, I wouldn't fault Karl Anthony Towns if he didn't step on the floor one single time.
Mm-hmm.
He did. And I wonder, I don't believe that last season was even anything close to a remote distraction for Karl Anthony Towns, given what had gone on with him for the last year, because every time he stepped on the floor and the crowd was empty and the stands were empty, the stadium was empty, he was reminded of what was happening, and he was reminded of what was happening to him. Now, it might be a little bit different next year. Maybe there'll be obviously that's something he's never going to get over. But the situation of playing basketball could be different. We saw the emotional scene of, his dad there for the first time at the game and the interaction between those two. So maybe that's a reason that if you're running the Minnesota Timberwolves, if you're Garrison Rosas, you're looking at this like, all right, all good. We're okay. We just need to make some tweaks here. We just need to make some adjustments. We don't have to blow the whole thing up. Or the other thing is it's not working. We've got to figure something out.
Well, this particular group that you say isn't working, they haven't really been together.
But they didn't get better. But the D'Angelo Russell's addition was supposed to make them better. They didn't get better.
Well, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get my years right. He was there last year. Like not
last year and only last year, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to see. He was there. I'm confusing my years. Was he the year the last season, 2019, 2020? Was he in Minnesota then?
2019,
still with the Warriors? I think he was still with the Warriors.
He was with the Warriors.
Right.
There was a trade? Is that where it was?
Maybe
in the season?
Maybe mid-season. That's where the trade happened. So he hadn't really been there. And he didn't play much of it all this year.
Right.
So I'd like to see that first if I was running Minnesota. Plus, you got the wild card in Anthony Edwards, who I love me some Ant-Man. That's my guy on and off the court.
Felt like he got better as the year went along.
Yeah, Ant-Man was balling later in the year. Gave it to the Kings pretty tough. People talking about he just jacks up shots. Well, by the time he played the Kings, he was giving them work. That's for sure.
Still not as bad as what D'Angelo Russell did at the Kings, but that's fine.
Oh, every single time. So I wouldn't make that move.
It was like two teams ago, wasn't it? Wasn't that like two teams ago that D'Angelo Russell did that to the Kings?
Oh, hell, they gave him work this year.
Well, he did, but I'm thinking of that fourth quarter. That's all I'm thinking about.
He lights up when he sees the Kings.
I want you to elaborate. Hang on. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento on Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We're going to redraft the 2014 NBA draft. We're going to do this all together because we're going to have to make that selection for the Sacramento Kings together. And we've got your chance to win $1,000 coming up about 9 minutes from now. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I would give that group this year. They're getting a new-ish coach. I know they signed him during the All-Star break, so now he'll get his own year.
And they inexplicably started winning games at the end of the year.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
We don't believe in tanking.
Unless you're in that situation.
But
lose all 10 of your final games, please.
But yeah, I'm not saying you should have tanked. But I understand.
If a first round pick is on the line, you tank, especially this year.
Mm-hmm.
But Yeah, I look at Minnesota, and I don't know why they would be so quick to get into this whole Ben Simmons thing.
It doesn't even feel like one of the main things I don't understand is how this is even conceivable. Like how the assets there are assets you probably don't want to move.
Right.
And of course, this could just be reporters talking rather than reporters reporting. And if you watched SportsCenter earlier and saw Brian Windhurst stick his foot in his mouth regarding Dame Lillard, you know that sometimes reporters just talk rather than reporters report.
Didn't see that.
Brian Windhurst said on SportsCenter that Dame Lillard's team has reached out to teams to gauge their interest. I don't know what happened, but from the time he went on SportsCenter shortly thereafter, he was on Twitter saying, earlier on SportsCenter, I said Dame Lillard's team has reached out to other teams. What I meant to say was other teams are monitoring the situation and are ready to act. My error. And I must have read that, and I'm not a reporter. I must have read that 10 times trying to figure out how are these two the same thing? These are not the same thing. These are two very, very different things. And again, I don't know how it happened, but he said something on SportsCenter, apparently was called on it immediately and went to social media to fix it. So I don't know if that's what's happening. If guys are, I don't know if people are trying to read between the lines. I don't know if people are trying to form their own conclusions. I'm not really sure what's happening with this story regarding Simmons in Minnesota. It doesn't add up to me. Yeah. I can't figure out how it works.
Yeah. If I was Minnesota, I would probably just see what I got going into this year. I wouldn't try to, like you said, they don't have the other assets to go get a Ben Simmons. So I would just hold on to the guys that I have and see what's going on with that.
Okay. And you're also the same guy who thinks the Suns won't make the playoffs next year if Chris Paul is gone. Yet the Suns have Chris Paul right now, and they're up 2-0 in the NBA Finals after a 118-108 victory over the Milwaukee Bucks. Man, those Bucks have to hit on all cylinders. Whether it's Chris Middleton, whether it's an MVP level from Giannis Antetokounmpo, whether it's a good offensive effort from Drew Holiday and a great defensive effort from Drew Holiday, they need a cast member to step up. None of that really happened last night. It was all Giannis all the time playing at a superhuman performance, and it wasn't enough to get them the win.
No, even with all the things that you just mentioned, with Middleton stepping up, Holiday, another cast member, it still might not be enough.
Might not be.
I feel like they're a player or two short.
I mean, they had. We'll get back to that. Middleton played really, really well in Game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis was good. Drew Holiday was obviously bad, but and maybe the player is Dante DiVincenzo, who's not there, and we haven't spent a ton of time talking about that because this team has gotten its way to the finals. Mm-hmm. Maybe the player is Bogdan Bogdanovic, and they were the ones who really lost out of the failed Bogey's taking more money from Atlanta deal that he blamed that he was so hurt by from Sacramento. I don't know what it is, but I never felt Milwaukee was short. And we watched we led into the Bucks Nets series saying the winner of that series is going to be the NBA champion. Mm-hmm. I never thought the Bucks were short a player. I never thought the Bucks didn't have enough to win an NBA championship until last night. Last night was the very first time I looked at them and thought, man, if they lose, this squad ain't it. Like, I don't think you can lose. You used the line earlier this week. If you're a Bucks fan, you're just looking at Mike Budenholzer like, this is what we're doing next year. I'm not just looking at Mike Budenholzer. I'm looking at this whole roster going, this is what we got to do next year with a perhaps revamped, rejuvenized Philadelphia team with a healthy Brooklyn team. Who knows what Boston's going to bring next year with a top heavy Eastern Conference. This is what we got. We're just going to be content to get to the semifinals, perhaps the Eastern Conference Finals. You're right. It feels like they don't have enough, and it could be reactionary. I think they're going to win game 3 at home. I think Jeff Teague's going for, 16 or something like that, and all of the stars are going to align, and they're going to play well. But to win, I don't think they're winning this series at all.
Can I give like this is a hot take.
No,
I don't really do hot takes.
Like fire.
Really
no,
don't.
it's good. It's good. It's therapeutic.
This is a hot
it's
take.
therapeutic. Let's go.
And I just, we're having a conversation. Just want to have a conversation.
Okay, let's have a conversation.
If you were the Bucks, if we ran the Bucks, me and you,
mm-hmm.
would we be having a conversation about whether or not we trade Chris Middleton this offseason? And I only say that because not that it's his fault or anything like that, but when we look at the roster, they're stuck with this. You got to get better. What this, in my opinion, they may feel different. You may feel different. In my opinion, this group is not good enough to win an NBA championship. I don't think so. If they don't win it this year, they're not good enough to win an NBA championship. So where are you going to get better? It's kind of tough. I don't know if you get better. You can get Middleton. You can get him in a trade to get, I don't know, maybe 2 guys that would work better. So off the top of my head, you could maybe get Middleton to get CJ McCollum and Nurkic or something. And I know Nurkic wouldn't fit, but I'm just saying 2 guys of that caliber.
Okay.
Maybe you could use Middleton to get 2 guys like that as opposed to just having Middleton.
I mean, if we lose in 4 or 5, we're having discussions about a lot of things. Chris Middleton's, it's probably a discussion. I don't know that you're executing it, but does that make you better? Does more make you better? Like just having more, because Chris Middleton's good.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could even say Chris Middleton's really good.
Yeah, he's an all-star caliber player.
Like, so getting other guys that are like, yeah, no, it's a good piece. Is that putting you over the top? And the difficulty is, we're still, unfortunately, we're still measuring this against Brooklyn, a healthy Brooklyn Nets. The Bucks aren't going to put anything together in all likelihood that's going to compete with a healthy Brooklyn Nets. You're going to have to be outsmarted coaching wise. Like I think Ty Lue did to Steve Kerr. You're going to have to do something like that. And I don't think you and I are of the belief that Mike Budenholzer is going to do that.
Right.
But to answer your question, to simply answer your question, do we have that discussion, you and I, as the general managers? Yes, we have that discussion.
Yeah. And I don't, like I said, I agree with you.
I don't know if it's a short discussion or a long discussion, but we're having it.
I don't think it happens by any means. We're just talking, but and I think even if we have a discussion, even I, who would like in my heart be like, maybe we should look to move them. I'll be like, we just went to the NBA Finals with this team. I have to see them do it one more year to see what's going on. But maybe that's what gets people in trouble.
But at what point do you go, okay, it's great. We got to the NBA Finals. We have the proverbial window here. We've got to win. Yeah. We didn't win with this group. We have to win with something. There's something there that we have to do. There's something here that we have to do as well.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word rewind.
Rewind
to 72881. That's rewind. I don't need to use it in a sentence. It's the 5th time we've used this word.
Rewind. More fire. Boop, boop, boop.
Text rewind without all that other stuff to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Big Al, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, guys.
What's up, Big Al?
I really enjoy your time. I like it when you do this. I mean, you need your crack staff because you have all your opinions running around. Well, you don't have that many, but because when you talk, you got to say, well, how do we get, rid of Chris Middleton? You got to match salaries and all that nonsense. But you're right. I don't see. I mean, and you both, I think, said, Phoenix is not the great team in the West anyway. So this could be a one-year wonder.
Whoa. That's Kenny Caraway talk right there. He said, you guys, I just want to clarify, I know this is Kenny Caraway's show. I know everybody loves Kenny Caraway, but that wasn't my thinking. That was Kenny's thinking.
Okay, so you say Phoenix is a prohibitive favor to roll it back next year as the Western Conference representative?
What I'm saying is, if Chris Paul returns next year, I believe they absolutely have an opportunity to be back in the Western Conference Finals next year.
And I love you, man, but now you're talking like a politician. Kenny, he's better than that. Isn't he? My guy, come on now.
There was a lot of words there. There was a lot of words.
I mean, you have confidence in faith, or you believe that it's, you don't have to say my team's name at all. You don't have to say that, but you could say, oh, maybe a healthier Denver, maybe a Utah.
No, Denver. Have you ever listened to this show? Absolutely not. Not Denver, not Utah. I'll give you the Lakers. I'll give you your squad. And I'm about wore out thin with the Clippers, but okay.
Well, they've got the great title.
Facts. And then Phoenix. And then
the Warriors.
Hold on, Damien, because he's got a point. You said the Warriors were going to title contender before Clay got hurt.
I did.
So what's the difference for next year?
Phoenix is here.
You think? Oh, I don't know. I don't think neither one of them are title contenders. But you think the Suns are better than the Warriors?
No. All I said was I'm not going to write off the Phoenix Suns like you and Big Al are doing.
Big Al, you're writing them off?
Well, writing off, all I'm saying is to be on the positive, the happy Friday, both, right? They just saying, are they the prohibitive majority favorite to represent the West? Now, of course, but you got problems. I'll fully admit that. I'll put my hand up in the air. They got issues. They got some issues to work out.
Okay, and we got some issues to work out too. We're going to do it during the commercial break. The biggest issue we've got to work out is this 2014 NBA draft. We're going to do that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We got McQueen at the end of the show.
Okay.
You want me to knock that out? Since you did City, I'll do McQueen.
McQueen and about the Fall Gin. There was something I was going to say. Oh, so speaking of like running things back, so this boxing reporter, Lance Pugmire, he's kind of a clown. But yesterday he reported, he goes, here's the latest on Tyson Fury, COVID crisis in his camp. Promoters will huddle soon to discuss the situation. 10 people in the Fury camp are COVID positive. No word on Fury. But trainer Sugar Hill Stewart is negative, keeping the bout on July 24th called overwhelmingly problematic. Later that day, Lance goes, the number 10 was an estimate from the source that I used. This is like hours later, like maybe the whole day later. He comes back. Well, the number 10 was an estimate from a source.
Let me grab something. Hang on.
You said 10 people in Fury's camp are COVID positive. Clowns. Gotta be careful. Or just run it back. Be like, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Yo. Ooh, boxes. The box is high. Ooh.
What?
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh,
I knew.
Oh, God.
I knew I would feel. I knew I'd feel different when they got here. Oh, I knew I'd feel different when they arrived. Hey.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry I wasn't excited when I won you. I'm sorry. You definitely deserve some excitement.
Those are pretty fire. Ooh.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh.
Put some respect on the name. You understand me?
Mm.
Put some respect on the name.
Indeed. We'll put you back in here. We'll save you for the new closet. Put you in there right next to the right next to them nice little new Westbrooks that are in the closet. Yeah.
Yeah, Bryce. I will say this about Nike under the sneakers apps. They get you the shoes pretty quick.
Oh my gosh, they definitely do. Yeah, they
Yeah,
definitely do. They definitely do.
Oh, look. I hope Jazz is watching this. Everybody has the Jordan 4s but me. I'm left out.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Peyton, I think I like the 3s better, but I did mention yesterday that the Bread 4s have jumped ahead of the black and cement 3s for me.
Well, for you. Not for me. Those are cements are the one. Yeah.
Now, the white cements. The white
won't do that.
White
oh, yeah. Absolutely.
The ones he got in the dunk contest. Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the ones.
David, absolutely not. Nike,
I mean,
it's a love-hate relationship, but they're never on the hate list.
I mean, not permanently. For a minute, though. Usually about 7:05, it'll be on the hate list. 7:05 Saturday morning, it's on the hate list. Absolutely. Make sure you download the Odyssey app this weekend. It's got exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. Summer soundtrack with hundreds of new stations for barbecues, road trips, working out, relaxing, poolside, whatever it may be. Tailgate Rock is a great station with rock songs. Crank up the good times. That's their wording, not mine. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. I love that Jesse has to send these to the company. And he has to pick and choose which ones he sends. Like, well, I'm not gonna do that one. Tailgate rock songs that will crank up the good times. Like, no, go to Greg Street's Dirty South channel. Go to the Hip Hop Conscious channel. Do one of those. Let's go see if we can find a New Jack channel.
Oh, they gotta have.
You gotta have a New Jack channel on here.
Jam.
Man, come on now. Whoa,
jam.
Teddy Jam for me, yeah.
A little Heavy D, Teddy Riley, Guy.
That's what we're talking about right there. Is
Little
it good
Sweat.
to you? Yeah,
I
Keith Sweat.
wanna.
I want that. All right, let's hit this 2004. This is it's gonna be tough here. The 2014 NBA draft. We have been redrafting the 2014. We have been redrafting drafts, period, to try to land an all-star for the Sacramento Kings. We have failed miserably. We've landed some good players. Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Karis LeVert. Lonzo Ball. That some people not too happy
Lonzo
with that. Jarrett Allen. Miles Turner. Good ball players. No all-stars.
Jared Allen and Miles Turner, just remember they're kind of repetitive, but we're not necessarily building a team.
Well, we're not building a team. We're just redrafting.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one because remember, this was the draft that was going to change the NBA forever.
Much like this one.
Andrew Wiggins went number 1. Promptly traded. They made this poor dude take pictures in a Cleveland Cavaliers uniform. Did you know that? Like, because the trade can't be official. Like, my brother's got pictures in a Cavs uniform. They knew he wasn't going to play. Imagine being Andrew Wiggins, and you're reading "I'm Coming Home," and you're like the one guy not mentioned.
Yeah, and everybody knew it. Like everybody hopped on. Oh, they're trading.
Oh,
Wiggins.
He's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
He not mentioned.
And the funny part was we all knew where he was going. The Kevin Love thing had been out there forever. He's getting traded to Minnesota. Like, all right.
Real quick. I know we're doing the redraft, but that brought up a good point.
Okay.
Were you where were you when I'm Coming Home came out? Was that a shock to you? Was it? It was a little bit of a shock to me.
57 Chestnut Hill in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I was in my house, in the kitchen. We had a little TV in the kitchen, and because it wasn't like an open floor, it was like closed off. So we had the little Samsung right there. And breaking news: LeBron James has announced he's coming home. I sat there and watched it.
Were you surprised?
No.
I was.
No, I
I
wasn't.
didn't think he was going to go back to Cleveland. I thought that's when he might go to LA and stuff. But once again, though, they had the little tea leaves, like Savannah. I think she put the post of Ohio on Instagram a couple days before. So
Well, my favorite was Dan Gilbert's private jet. Remember, they were tracking Dan Gilbert's private jet, and they tracked it, I think, to a tarmac in Miami.
I do remember that. Yeah.
And he tweets a picture of his backyard. He ain't in it. It's not a picture of him in the backyard. It's a picture of his backyard where he says, I'm at the, I'm paraphrasing. I'm at the house chilling. It's not what Dan Gilbert said, but he said something along those lines.
I remember that. Yeah.
And no, he wasn't. He was on an airplane. And if I remember correctly, that's where the Clear the Air meeting took place with LeBron and I think of I don't even think the whole circle was there. I think it was LeBron, maybe Rich and Maverick, but LeBron and Dan Gilbert kind of cleared the air about the letter and how his first run at Cleveland ended and what they could do moving forward. So yeah.
They the other thing about that, didn't Pat Riley have like a last gasp private jet and went to Vegas or something like that? Because I think they were out there.
He was doing something. Yeah, that's why I hesitated to say Miami. He was definitely doing something, and I can't remember where it was. It might have been Vegas.
Yeah, he had there was a last gasp conversation with
I know they had a conversation because I remember there's something, and I can't remember the line, but Pat said something. Pat Riley said something to LeBron that really offended him.
So there's a couple things. Number one, he said,
"Don't leave. Times get tough."
Yeah,
that was after the season.
Well, he did the press conference where he said, like, it's not supposed to be easy. Like, you can't just up and leave all the time.
Right.
But he mentioned that Savannah was pregnant, and that was supposed to be a secret. And he said that in like a press conference, or it somehow it got out from Pat Riley that Savannah was pregnant. And everything that I've heard, LeBron was pissed about that.
There's something else though. There's something else
that
he
kept
said.
it stack with him because I agree with Pat Riley. He said, "No, this isn't supposed to be. Oh, we struggled this year. We're on the downside. Leave." Like, no, stick it out.
But didn't it feel like that year he was? Didn't it feel like there was a lot of momentum for LeBron to go back to Cleveland that last year in Miami? So it's not like the things went poorly and LeBron was leaving. It was already in his head that he was at least going to consider leaving, whether he actually was or he was considering it.
I was surprised he actually did it. I remember hearing it. I was at the PwC building, downtown Los Angeles, at my desk, listening to, I probably was listening to Damian Barling. I don't know. But yeah, when they said, it was a little early for that. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning our time. And it was, LeBron James is going back to Cleveland. I was like, he actually did it. I was surprised. I didn't think he was going to go back.
I'm looking at something that Wright Thompson wrote when he talked to Pat Riley in terms of like the conversation with LeBron James. He said, this is Pat Riley. I was silent. I didn't say anything. My mind began to just go and it was over. I was very angry when LeBron left. It was personal for me. It just was. I had a very good friend who talked me off the ledge and kept me from going out there and saying something like Dan Gilbert. I'm glad I didn't do it. Why do these dudes react like that? Like, why was this so personal for Pat Riley? Like, why? Like, obviously, I don't even want to say I get why it was so personal for Dan Gilbert. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I'm going to have to go back to the book. I know Pat Riley said something in his last-ditch effort to get LeBron James that pissed LeBron off for a really, really long time.
Well, look.
I don't know if he's ever forgotten or forgiven it.
maybe this is a bad analogy. Maybe it's a perfect analogy. But I don't know why Pat Riley was so mad. You know how you got the girl. Why are you mad? Because she left you the same way.
She gonna leave you the way you got her.
You got her when she was in a relationship.
Yep.
And now she want to leave you. That's what you upset for.
Yeah.
But yeah, LeBron be shaking these men to their core.
He really do. These powerful dudes, man, they get shook. But I guess LeBron's got a key under the doormat, if you recall that earlier this season.
And they're willing to take back LeBron every time.
Every time. Every time.
I got the key under the doormat.
Because the fact is, she's still fine. She's still fine as hell, and yeah. Come on. It's going to be different this time.
Get you in a little young blue on there.
Mm-hmm.
She's still mine still.
How did we get here?
Because he went home and
he went home. Yep, Andrew Wiggins got it. Full circle. Andrew Wiggins. He went number 1 to the Cleveland Cavaliers, sort of. Jabari Parker went to the Milwaukee Bucks. Joel Embiid at number 3 to the Philadelphia 76ers. Then you got Aaron Gordon, Dante Exum, Marcus Smart, Julius Randle went number 7 to the Los Angeles Lakers. Oh, yes. The famous Nick Rocks. And if I remember correctly, it's 1, 2, 3. Nick Stauskas. What do you say? Big like Clay, shoot like Steph.
You want to talk about, like, I'll say this right now. You want to talk about a miss from me? Man, I thought Nick Stauskas was going to be pretty damn good. I did. I always say it. I watched the man play for 2 years at Michigan, every single game. The fact that he came to the NBA and he couldn't throw it in the Pacific Ocean boggles the hell out of me.
What about the Atlantic?
Well, I said Pacific because
I know, but could he hit the Atlantic?
He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, as my grandmother would say.
Nothing.
He couldn't hit nothing, and not just I said at the very least, if he doesn't develop physically and the athleticism that he showed a little bit, if that doesn't translate or whatever, at the very least, he's going to be. I think that at the time, this guy was hot. I said he's going to be like Zach Novak. Remember him for the Knicks when he couldn't miss?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, at the very least, he's going to be that.
Maybe Michigan is terrible at cranking out pro players.
Maybe so. That was Trey Burke too. Trey Burke was the National Player of the Year. Well, they did bring out Tim Hardaway Jr. though too.
Okay, he's good.
Karis LeVert, Duncan Robinson. Actually, the thing that has really gone on with Michigan is the guys that are good pros are the guys that you don't think will be good pros. All their best players are not good pros. The second-rate guys end up being good pros. Karis LeVert was like a 4th option at Michigan.
Doug McDermott is on here. Zach LaVine, TJ Warren is on here. Yusuf Nurkic is on here.
Another Michigan great, Mitch McGary.
Clint Capella is on here. Bogdan Bogdanovic was taken at number 27. And if you look all the way down in the second round of the draft, number 41, I guess this is here. Let's start the conversation. Is Nikola Jokic. So who's number 1? Is it Nikola Jokic or is it Joel Embiid?
Oh, that's crazy. First of all, I think
because everybody who's listened to this show more than a month knows exactly what I'm going to say. And I'm not going to be cute or funny or try to swerve you. No, you know who I'm taking number 1.
I think, first of all, I think I said Zach Novak. It was Steve Novak. I got my Novaks wrong. So that's first and foremost. Second
Steve
of all,
Novak absolutely sounds like a character on The Office, but go ahead.
Boy could shoot it. So are we making the pick here? Are we having a discussion right now?
Who's going number 1? Because Andrew Wiggins ain't going number 1. Jabari Parker ain't going number 1. And Joel Embiid ain't going number 3. So there are some good players in this draft. The Kings are drafting 8. Start counting. It's going to get rocky. Joel or Nikola at number 1?
I'm gonna go with Joel, man.
Wow.
I'm gonna go with Joel.
Okay, Jesse, are you co-signing that? Joel at number 1?
Yeah, give me Joel too.
Okay. All right. We're all in agreement.
Damn,
You knew I was
feels
doing
a
that.
little slimy.
It's not slimy.
It honestly feels. We got a guy that can never play.
What you mean he can never play
games? He can't play 70% of the games. We're talking about an MVP that we're passing up. I like Joel's game more than Jokic. That's probably what it comes down to. But Jokic, his accomplishments, what he is as a player, damn, that's stuff to overlook. But I'm going with Joel.
It's not like he's falling to 8. That would be nice. But if Joel is going number 1, and I want to check the temperature of the chat. Okay. Well, okay. It's a bit split here.
He says Embiid if you're willing to wait for 2 years.
Talking about right now. We're taking Embiid. We're taking Embiid. I think Nikola Jokic just had the best year of his career.
Yeah.
And maybe Joel did too. I don't know. Joel had a hell of a year.
Says Joker all day.
Well, that's Manny's problem.
I see a lot of Joel.
Are you swaying? Are you swayed? Okay.
I'm in there with Joel.
Embiid goes number 1. Jokic goes number 2.
Yes.
I mean, that's fine. Only one of them got the MVP. That's fine, Kyle, but Joel was right there. Joel had every bit as good of a season as Nikola Jokic did. He just didn't play as many games, and apparently that was a barometer this year.
So number 2 to Milwaukee is Jokic. The Joker.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah. So it's Embiid, it's Jokic, and now what are we doing? We've got Philadelphia.
Number 3, Philadelphia gets Zach LaVine. Am I missing somebody?
No, I guess not. That's just not who I thought you were going to say.
Who did you think I was going to say?
Julius Randle.
No, Zach LaVine is better. Now, the funny thing about this is,
I just want to mention a couple other names.
Yeah.
Any interest in Yusuf Nurkic?
No.
Okay. Clint Capella?
No.
Okay. Jeremy Grant. Well, I ain't going that high.
No. It's Zach LaVine. Now, here's the interesting thing about Julius Randle. I remember Julius Randle at Kentucky, and I thought, this dude. I felt after seeing him like in his second game ever at Kentucky, I was like, this guy could probably be rookie of the year this year in the NBA. He is NBA ready. And it took him a little while. He broke his leg too his first year, but it took him a little while. But now he's at a high point. But I think today Zach LaVine is a better player than Julius Randle.
Okay. I'm with that. Okay, so Joel goes to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Nikola Jokic goes to the Milwaukee Bucks. Zach LaVine goes to the Philadelphia 76ers. And with the 4th pick, the Orlando Magic select.
I think we can go Julius Randle here.
I was going to say, I feel like we've got a Julius Randle discussion here. And where was Spencer Dinwiddie taken in this draft?
He was in the 2nd round, number 38.
Yeah.
Right before
Jeremy Grant. Yep. Okay. All right. I'm with that. We'll go Julius here. So we're getting closer to where the Sacramento Kings are. And this is going to get amusing here in a few moments. The Utah Jazz are at number 5. Still on the board is Marcus Smart, who went number 6. Aaron Gordon is out there. TJ Warren is out there. I don't know we mentioned him. Nurkic, Bogey, Clint Capella, Dinwiddie, Jeremy Grant. Any of those guys move you here for the number 5 selection as we make our way to the Sacramento Kings at 8?
Man, I saw something that's kind of crazy. We'll talk about it when we get there.
Oof, man.
I think if I had to make a pick, it sounds a little. Oh man, because the first thing in my head was I was going to say Clint Capella. But
there's
I'll stick with that. I'm gonna go with Clint Capella over Marcus Smart.
Should we be talking about Jordan Clarkson at all?
He should get a mention.
Okay.
Yeah, he should get a mention.
Okay. I was just bringing it up.
Maybe more. Maybe he gets selected earlier. He's had an underrated career. Yes.
I like Clint Capella. I certainly like Clint Capella over Nurkic. I like that. Okay. Let's go
Number
Yusuf
5,
Nurkic here.
Or no,
Clint Capella. Sorry, Clint Capella. You're right. Sorry. The name was in my head. Clint Capella. Okay, Clint Capella is at number 5, which leads us to number 6. We're just a couple of picks away from the Kings. It's getting slimmer. I'm telling you, we've got to have a discussion about who the Kings are taking at 8. Is this Marcus Smart here? Does Marcus Smart stay at 6?
Yeah, I think he does stay at 6. Congratulations, Jesse.
Okay. This was all a ruse just to keep Marcus Smart on the I love Marcus Smart, but there's no way we can get him to 8. So we've got 7 here.
Has Jesse kept like 2 Celtics? Didn't Jaylen Brown stay with the Celtics? Or did he go higher?
I think we kept Tatum, didn't or no. He went
no, Tatum went.
Yeah, Brown, yeah. Because it went
Celtics just running it back.
Jaylen Brown hit a ridiculous shot on the Jimmy Kimmel show last night.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I missed what happened. Like I saw him out there, and I went to the kitchen for a quick second and missed everything.
So it's like it's like the hoop of hell, and like the court's red, like everything's red, and they have those inflatable things that fly up.
Yeah,
and so those are the defenders, and then they have steam that shoots up, and the hoop moves. And so if Jaylen hits the shot, it's like $25,000 to a charity wherever. Wow. And Anthony Anderson was the host out there, and he missed the first 2, and then he caught the basket on like a turn, and it hit the rim, popped up, and the basket kind of straightened out, and it went right through the hoop. I mean, it's pretty dope. Like when you see all of that stuff in its entirety. It was pretty dope, and Jaylen's just like a quiet, like chill dude. So it was cool. Like that was great work by him. All right, so the number 7 pick. So here we are. It's the Los Angeles Lakers, and then the Sacramento Kings. I think one thing we can Andrew Wiggins isn't getting taken. Jabari Parker isn't getting taken.
It's crazy we forgot about Andrew Wiggins. I don't know. Hold on. Calm down. We're getting into the territory where we're talking about Clint Capella, and Andrew Wiggins still can't get there. I think it's a little crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I forgot about Andrew Wiggins.
You forgot about the number 1 pick in the draft.
I don't know, right? Because we were just like, oh yeah, he ain't number 1. Get him out of here.
Well, to be fair, he's not number 1. So he's not number 2. He's certainly not number 2. I don't think he's number 3. So do you have an issue with him not being?
Where did Clint Capella go?
We put Clint Capella at 5 to the Utah Jazz. Not that I don't know why we're saying the teams. The teams don't matter. We put Clint Capella at 5. All
right, I'm gonna ask the question. Can Wiggins go to 5?
Embiid, Joker, Levine, Julius Randle, and Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins game for his career.
He is. It is an ugly 20. I'm
making the vote right now. It's a foul on me for forgetting him. I'm saying he should go ahead and Clint Capella.
Okay. Okay. So are we just bumping Clint Capella down and removing Marcus Smart from the Boston Celtics?
Yeah. Sorry.
Is everything just scrolling down?
Everything goes down 1.
So Andrew Wiggins now goes at 5 due to GM error. Clint Capella.
3 picks later. Wait. I made the wrong
Clint Capella goes at 6, which means Marcus Smart goes to 7, which means we are now at 8. Aaron Gordon is on the board. Yusuf Nurkic is on the board. TJ Warren is on the board. Spencer Dinwiddie is out there for your Sacramento Kings, as is, oh, we're so happy for him, Bogdanovich. Does Bogdanovich go 8 to the Sacramento Kings? Do we bring Jordan Clarkson back into the conversation?
Well, here we go. Because I was about to say no, and I was about to say Jordan Clarkson.
Jordan Clarkson over Bogey.
Mm-hmm.
What about your man Spencer Dinwiddie?
Yeah, he's over him too.
Bogey's over Dinwiddie? Okay.
That way, it's Clarkson, and that's a tough three guards right there. That's tough. Clarkson, Dinwiddie, and Bogey. That's pretty tough.
We got the kid saying Spencer all day. Mm-hmm. We got Tony going Bogey.
The kid also just said this draft is rigged.
Well,
That's my way.
I understand. I'd be upset too. But that was Kenny's call. I mean, I don't know. Like Andrew Wiggins is a weird player to evaluate.
20 games, 20 games.
Yeah, but like 20 a game when you're the best player on the Timberwolves, like someone's got to get those shots up.
I disagree. There's 20 a game, and then there's Kevin Martin 20 a game. I wonder if Andrew Wiggins is a Kevin Martin 20 a game. It's cute. It's cute. But what does it amount to? It doesn't amount to anything.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Well,
Jill's got a good point. You actually have to wait for Bogey to come over. So Bogey has to come over from overseas.
I think. See, to me now it's between. In my head, it's between Clarkson and Spencer.
Just throwing his name out there. We don't like TJ Warren for this pick.
I thought about TJ.
Hey.
I thought about TJ too.
TJ Warren was the guy on the Pacers for a cool minute.
So it's not Bogey. We're out on Bogey.
Nah, it's not Bogey. It's close.
I think it's Jordan Clarkson.
I'll go with Spencer just to see what Jesse would say. He's the tiebreaker.
All right, so we're doing it between Clarkson and Spencer. I'll go.
Well, do you have TJ? Did you want to draft TJ Warren?
I really do like TJ Warren.
Okay, so now we go to the crowd.
So now we throw it to the chat, and here we go. Who are the Sacramento Kings selecting?
You guys only have 3 choices. Don't come in here with.
We're not taking Bogey. Bogey's gone.
Bogey's gone. It's Spencer, it's Clarkson, and it's TJ Warren. We'll give you guys about 20 seconds to get up in here. Figure out, is there anybody else that we're missing on here?
I don't think we're missing anybody else. The only other, Yusuf Nurkic is probably.
Yeah, he's not.
Probably in the. Rodney. Remember when Rodney Hood was good that one time?
I do remember that.
That was lit.
And surprisingly,
this is not helping. Crowdsourcing's not helping at all. This. Okay, here it is. It's Fonzie in a leather vest approaching the shark. This is it. This is the moment. This is the moment for D'Lo and Casey's redraft. We're approaching the shark.
I'm seeing a lot of.
There's some Clarksons coming in here.
Yeah, I think it's Clarkson.
Yeah, I agree. I think
it's Clarkson.
All right. So with the 8th pick of the 2014 draft, your Sacramento Kings select Jordan Clarkson.
What I was going to mention was, I'm surprised some people talk about his name. Okay, shut up, man. Trash. I was going to mention, I'm surprised how unproductive, I think that's the right word, the lack of production, I should say, by Aaron Gordon in his career. Aaron Gordon, 12 points a game for his career?
Yeah. They're just really spectacular points.
Jeez.
Here's the person who really matters. Jill Adge, who would you draft in this situation? In this 2014 situation, who would you redraft?
That's a tough one. That was a tough one because it's a lot of guys that are about the same.
David said, "Trade the pick. just trade the pick." All right. Well,
the fake audience laugh. Do we have? Oh yeah. Sorry,
just hit it. Yeah.
No, that was a crowd applause. I think he's looking for this.
Oh.
So I guess he's looking for this. Go again. The Kings select with the number 8 pick. They select who?
Out of the University of Missouri, Jordan Clarkson.
That was uncalled for. I disagree with you. Who asked for that? It was Donovan.
Jill would have gone with Spencer Dinwiddie. What the one adult in the chat house, as John pointed out, the one adult, Jill would have gone with Spencer Dinwiddie. Even in a redraft, we lose. Like, damn. Donovan's calling.
What we keep talking about.
Donovan's calling for cash considerations here at this point.
This is what we keep talking about. We redraft knowing the outcome of these players, and we still can't get an all-star. This is completely unfair. This is beyond us. This is beyond Vlade. This is beyond Vivek.
Okay, calm down with the Vlade stuff.
Why can't we get an all-star?
How far back are we going to have to go?
It might be next year. I think we looked yesterday, and it might be next year we might get one. Isn't that the Draymond one where you try to say Draymond might come here?
So so the Kings draft at 7. That was the Ben McLemore deal. That was the Anthony Bennett draft.
Oh,
Victor well, so the number 1 is obvious because Giannis Antetokounmpo went 15th. Rudy Gobert is in here. He'll be at the top of the draft.
This one's kind of nasty.
This isn't. Yeah, this you thought this was bad. Oh, wait till Monday. CJ McCollum is in here. He's moving up. Oh, this is not. Can we might have to skip 2013.
So check this out. I'm just doing a quick run through. In 2012, they have the number 5 pick. I don't think they're getting an all-star there either. Oh my gosh.
Anthony Davis.
Unfair.
Bradley Beal. Dame Lillard. Yes, we are. We're at what number are we? 5. Anthony Davis, Bradley Beal, Dame Lillard.
Dame went that year. Oh, he was that year.
Dame was 6.
Yeah.
Draymond Green, Chris Middleton.
Oh.
We're getting an all-star, fam. It's just not the all-star. It's just not the all-star you want.
Yeah.
So I guess when we get to 2012, the question will be, would you rather have
pass on an all-star?
Would you rather have Draymond Green or Harrison Barnes?
Oh, brother. You know what the people are going to say because they love Draymond. Well, maybe not.
I mean, you could take Andre Drummond if you want to. I know you love you some Andre Drummond.
Yeah, I might take Andre Drummond. We're going to think about that one.
I think who goes first in that draft, though? AD or Dame?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because I feel like Brad's staying at 3. No, I love Bradley Beal, but I feel like he's staying at 3. And then it's Dame or AD. And then whichever one doesn't get picked, then it's Brad. And then Draymond and Chris Middleton will move up.
We have to tune in on Monday.
Indeed you do, because we've just decided we're skipping the 2013 draft altogether. We just ain't going to do it. Ain't going to have me.
The 2013 draft is going to be during a 13th round time slot. We don't need much time for that one.
Kings could get Steven Adams, Kelly Olynyk, Dennis Schroeder, Tim Hardaway Jr. Possible.
That's my guy, Tim Hardaway Jr.
Glenn Rice Jr., Ray McCollum Jr. Oh, jeez. Yeah, 2013 is a bad idea. Let's just go to 2012. What you got 3-0? Are we coming back to an NBA Finals that is basically over?
Nah, I think the Bucks win on Sunday. I got the Bucks winning on Sunday. Get it to 2-1. I hope they can get it to 2-2, even if, I think they can win or not or whatever. I want to see a long series. I want to see some drama, man. So I hope they can get it to 2-2. It only starts with getting it to 2-1 first.
Yeah. Well, it's the old played out cliche, but I guess it's not a cliche if it's actually accurate, and it's those players that you need to play better. Those ones that may not necessarily play well in Phoenix, they're going to play well in Milwaukee. For whatever reason, the crowd will lift them. Their bed at the house will be more comfortable. Their pregame meal will be better. I don't know what it is, but you think it's this NBA cliche about role players playing better at home, but yet you look at it and go, no, that's accurate. It's happening. Jeff Teague is going to go for double-digit points. Bobby Portis and
Bobby Portis in the house.
And this is worth pointing out again, and you kind of brought this up earlier. The Torrey Craig injury, again, it's not sexy, but now you're going to be calling on, and they got the Saric injury as well in Phoenix. So now not only are you calling on role players to step up on the road, you're calling for role players who haven't really had a role to step up for the first time on the road in the NBA Finals, and try to put this series, pretty much out of reach for Milwaukee.
Wow, this one I got a question for you, and it's a little more, a little less significant than is it going to be 3-0 or 2-1 in the NBA Finals?
Okay.
When we come back on Monday, are the Giants going into the All-Star break in first place?
Well, I know that one of their All-Stars won't be a part of the series this weekend. Buster Posey has been placed on the 10-day IL to deal with that left thumb contusion. Is it? It's a game.
It's a game right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with it, man. I'm with it. Let's go into the break in first place. Let's go, baby. You guys got this. Damn it.
Would you be hurt if they after the way the first half has gone? Would you be in your feelings a little bit if they lose? If they're not, is there something symbolic about being in first place at the All-Star break?
I think it's just like symbolic. That's maybe the word I was looking for, but it would be a little deflating if you weren't. It don't really mean anything at all. Like they can go in to the All-Star break up one game, and then the first weekend of the second half they fall out of first place. So it could mean nothing. But yeah, you want to go in there, feeling good about yourself. First place. Giants still have the best record in baseball. It's crazy to think. Like
and it's the Nats this weekend, right?
Yeah. So go into the break with the best record in baseball. Do that.
Who do the Dodgers have this weekend? Do you know off the top of your head?
Not off the top.
I'll pull it up. I've got basic. Oh. Okay. Well, they have Arizona.
Jesus.
So they've got Arizona tonight. So hey, it was a good first half. Like let's see what happens. I mean, they lost 3 games to Miami. So I don't know that Miami is in the category of
ain't nobody losing 3 games to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that's true.
Ain't nobody losing 2 games to the Diamondbacks.
That's probably true too. But we appreciate you for being with us today. We appreciate you for being with us this week. Hopefully you've subscribed to the channels on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hopefully you've downloaded the Odyssey app as well. Check out all of the great artist stations and exclusive radio stations that they got over there. And hopefully you have a great weekend. Stay inside. Keep your animals inside. It's 111 degrees this weekend. Keep your pets inside. Keep that air condition running. Have a safe weekend. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you back here Monday on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Got to read here. Okay.
They're bringing up my Nick Stauskas tweets.
Nice. Nick rocks. put all these bottles in a box as soon as the camera goes off.
Oh boy.
Boxing them up. Hopefully it looks a little bit different next week. Hopefully it might look exactly the same. I have no idea.
It's gonna be fresh to death.
Try to spicing it up a little bit. Try to get that look like KC got behind him. What are you still doing? Why are you here? The show is over. Go on. It's like the end of Ferris Bueller. You know, it's happy hour. Like right now. It's time to get at it. It's time to open that bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. And this is great for this upcoming weekend because it is somewhere in the vicinity of 4,000 degrees on Saturday and Sunday. And the cool, distinct citrus flavor of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin is going to hit the spot every time. It's a Brazilian gin that's produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. That's what we mean when we say we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. We know you don't want to go outside. That's why we've got McQueen loaded up on the drizzly.com website, the drizzly.com app. Just search McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, put in your address. You might be able to have it delivered for you. Who wants to go outside when it's this hot? And if for whatever reason it can't be delivered, check your favorite beverage store. Make sure they got McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. If they don't, no problem. Let me know and share your recipes with us. Post them at DLowenKC on Twitter, at DLowenKC on Instagram. Share them with McQueen and the Violet Fog as well. We want everybody to know how you sip McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. We want everybody to know that after 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. DLowenKC, KIFM, and Odyssey reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're going to make us record something.
No.
Appreciate you. You have a good weekend, man. Have a great weekend as well. Jeffrey, that's Cap. You keep that nonsense out of here. That nonsense will get you blocked quick. Ooh, look at us. Bang. Boom.
David a fool, man.
He is a fool. He's funny. Have you haven't even had McQueen in the Violet Fog yet, Jeffrey, have you? You got to get it. If you get it and you feel the same way, I don't know. I was going to make a big proclamation right there. I don't have a big proclamation, but
I know, Tony, we talked about this yesterday. That's why I felt that yesterday was a must win for the Bucks, and they lost.
Yep.
I don't think they can win the series now, to be honest with you.
Yep. Oh yeah, you already know. I love that stuff. That's our man Brett's working on that right now. We should be. I don't know. I think we're unveiling that this year. I think he said that was the next thing we're unveiling.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think they're working on it, Peyton. I think they're working on some things and trying to make sure it's down there on K Street somewhere. So my sources are telling me.
Appreciate you, David.
Yes, sir.
David Jackson, thanks for hanging out, man.
Shout out, David.
All right. Patrick, you can drink McQueen. Smooth and easy. I can't have it.
I need a re-up on all my stuff, man, except for like what's behind me. They came over for the 4th of July and wiped us out.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for a couple re-ups too on a few things.
Damn, they didn't wipe the kid out. Let me see what's going on here. I just saw that shot. That was pretty crazy. That Jaylen Brown.
The Jaylen, right?
That's pretty trippy.
Jaylen got buckets. Okay. That's what I've heard.
I think I can make a lot of shots. I'm not sure I can make that one. Well, yeah, I can make it. But he did it in 2 shots.
And he had you could tell he had a strategy too. Like he was trying to like he over exaggerated the arc.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Time the once he got the timing of the hoop moving side to side.
Yep. Bryce says, "Well, I don't have any people over." That's funny. That's pretty jacked up, man. I'm moving into John Bull's neighborhood, and he's leaving. He's leaving for a week.
I thought he was like leaving for good.
No. He's leaving for. He's like, yeah, nah. I'm gonna let you get settled, man. I can't help you. Go on. He gave me the smoky. Ooh. I see it.
Hello.
I see it.
Hello.
I see it. I see it. I see it.
Hello. Yeah, I might have to.
John heard he was going to ask him to help me, so he's leaving the continental United States.
John said, I got to wash my hair this weekend. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm busy that day. I'm taking pictures. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. All right, man, we got to go. Specifically, I got to go because all that's going in some boxes. Hopefully I'll see y'all Monday. I'm actually not sure my whole situation over there. See, Manny, I couldn't get Xfinity out until next week. Just talk to your people, Manny. I need somebody out there on Monday. They transferred my service. I just it might not be perfect.
It'll be good. I got you.
We'll all find out together.
Yeah, hop on my back here. You know what I'm saying? I'll take us to the promised land. Like Giannis in the third quarter.
Man, you've been carrying this show for a year, man. I was trying to give you a break.
Absolutely not.
All right, we love y'all. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Stay inside. We'll see you Monday.